Oh, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It was giving me the wheel of death again, so I just refreshed it, and that seems to. Is that straight? I just refreshed it and straight in. So I think that's what I'll do from now on. Whenever I get that wheel of death, doing my nutting. I've not had a chance to sort out the autofocus. I can't find my other proper glasses, so these look massive. I look like fucking Deirdre. Remember Deirdre at Coronation Street? I never ever dreamed I'd ever say that, ever. Yeah, here I am. Hey Lana, hello 4x4 fella. How you diddling? All good, I hope. Who did kill Deirdre? There was people walking around with t-shirts that had t-shirts made. Who killed Deirdre Barlow? And I was just thinking, I don't give a fuck. Does anyone really care? This is how much people were engrossed in soaps, you know. And now that they've put. Again, most people won't have spotted this stuff. You will have. The programming that's in these soaps is off the charts. We probably didn't really notice it at the time, but since our eyes have opened, we see it all. You know, we see it all. So apparently there's just been a mass stabbing in Hamburg. Oh, this is I bought this. I had to get a refund for this t-shirt because they misprinted it. How they didn't lift it up and go, hold on, this isn't right. Do another one. No, fuck him. Send it. So this is where they made the mistake. So the corrupt fearers, the honest supporters, right? And then that was meant to be up there. I don't even know what that says. Have a guess. Someone have a guess. That bit there. And then that bit there. Is it a bit too bright for you to see it? Put it in the comments if you don't mind. You know, otherwise I'm not going to be able to relax. And we don't want a rerun of the last live stream, which I would just like to apologise for, by the way. I did get a little bit ranty, you know. Sometimes we take in so much information and then you start to think, hold on a minute. And then you start thinking about other stuff and loads and loads of things come together in your head. And before you know it, you're just pissed off. You're so fucking pissed off. You know? But I think what I need to do for future reference is think, right, am I composed enough to do a live stream? If the answer's no, don't do one. You know? But I'm quite spontaneous and I had to get it off my chest. So I did. And I was expecting heroic joiners. Do you know what, 4x4 fella? I think you might be right. So let me read it out again. The corrupt fearers, the honest supporters, the heroic joiners. And you are heroic. You are. You know, look at what you've had to put up with. Look at what you've had to tolerate and still tolerating. You know? Let me just see if I can find some smaller glasses than this because these are fucking massive. You know, I haven't got a tiny little head. Yeah, just bear with me one sec. Go something better than that. Horrendous. Oh, they look very intelligent. I look very intelligent indeed. I'm not. And they're not amazing. I'm gonna have to kind of like lean back to oh, I wonder if I can make the writing bigger. Oh, this is this is a bit of a problem, this, guys. Because my eyesight's not great, you know. Yeah, without my glasses, I'm not too good. You know, I'm like, it's a beautiful cat. It's a dog. Oh, you know. I'm going to put them big ones back on. Please just tolerate it. You know, laugh. You can laugh at my expense. I don't mind. A laugh's a laugh. A laugh is always a positive thing. Obviously, there are exceptions, but they are big. Oh, they are massive. You know, or like a fly. Oh dear. Hello, Watcher123. How you doing, mate? You all right? Re-entry shields. Yeah, I like that. Makes them sound quite cool. Sounds better than Deirdre Barlow. That's for sure. And that's a very creative thing to say as well. You know, no normal person would have thought of that. You know, because we're not normal. Because normal's not good. So yeah, Lana, where's that stabbing? Did you say Hamburg? A mass stabbing? Everything was a bit of a mad rush. I wanted to shave my head as well, and I used the proper, you know, double-edged. You know, we put an actual razor blade in there. It's got a fresh razor blade in there. So I was having a shave, and I was having to do it quick. Normally, when I put a fresh blade in there and I'm shaving my head, I've got, you know, all these contours and that. Normally when I'm rushing it, it looks like someone's put a cat in a pillowcase, spun it around in the air, you know, without me knowing. I'm just sat there chilling out in the sun, and then they've took the cat out and thrown it at my head. That's what it looks like. Hamburg Central Station. Yeah, I've not looked into it, Lana. I just didn't have a chance. Hello, Sky Girl. Good to see you, sweetheart. Yeah, I've not had a chance to have a look, but what I was listening to whilst I was having a shave is I used to be subscribed to Jimmy Dore. I was a fan, right? Switched on bloke, you know, nice chap, quite funny, quite witty. I would have never have ever thought that he would have fallen for the whole bibbidi babbidi, you know, but he did. And then I didn't see him for about a year and a half, something like that. Because at the time I had so much going on in my life, and then when I saw him again, he looked 10 years older. He's aged overnight, you know. But we've seen, I think a lot of us will agree, we've seen that, you know, quite a lot of examples, you know, family members, friends, neighbors, stuff like that. They've aged 10 years in a couple of years, you know. Yeah, not good. So far, 12 stabbed, 3 critical, 3 very serious, and rest badly wounded. I bet it wasn't a white supremacist. Let's have a guess. Should we all have a bet? Should we all have a bet? I wonder if Ladbrokes, because you can bet on anything. You can go into Ladbrokes and go, right, I want to bet on this. And they'll go, all right. And then they'll figure out the odds, you know, and then that's it. You can put hello, Chelsea Star. Good to see you, sweetheart. Thanks for joining us. Yeah, you can bet on anything. And if I had a grand, I'd put a fucking grand on it. That he didn't speak very good. Where's Hamburg? Is that Germany? Hamburg's in Germany, isn't it? Oh my God. Geography wasn't my forte at school, you know, but I do know where, I do know where, it's gone. It's gone. Yeah, thank you for that. Cheers. See, you know, as a collective, we've got a wealth of knowledge. We are a well of information, you know, as a collective, because we spend day after day after day just listening to podcasts, and even if they're in the background, you know, we try and utilize our time as efficiently as we possibly can. So I still can't get used to these glasses, you know, they're fucking massive. They're so big and heavy that I bet they've got their own gravitational pull. Let me see if I drop this lighter, it'll just go around my head. But you see, these people that are committing these atrocities, whether it's a mass stabbing, especially of children, you know, or whether it's some mad nut job from Alan's famous snack bar behind the wheel of a car, you know, just mowing people down. You know, they are all fitting demographics that aren't European, typically European, all of them. So even the silly people, they can't hide this shit. They can't, you know, people, even stupid people will be thinking, I'm sure that's happened before, and before that, and before that. Weren't they foreigners, Frank? Yeah. So even daft people with not a lot going on up there, you know, are going to start putting things together and start thinking, I think we've got a bit of a problem here, you know. Welcome to the party. You've still got some sleep in your eye, you know. Sort it out. Yeah. So going back to Jimmy Dore. So I was listening to Jimmy Dore whilst I was shaving my head, and they've weaponized ticks now, right? So ticks are a bastard anyway, right? I know Lana's got a little tick removal tool. It's something I keep forgetting to buy, because you need to get it out in its entirety. Because if you leave the fang or whatever it is, the proboscis proboscis, that's pollinators and stuff, isn't it? Flies and whatever it's called, whatever it does when it kind of, because I think they're very similar in the way they work as mozzies. They inject a mild local anaesthetic, and then they go in and then just suck and suck and suck and suck, you know, a bit like Starmer's young male friend. Oh dear. Anyway, so there's this one tick. This one tick, it's called a Lone Star. It's got a few names, but one of its main names is a Lone Star tick because it's got a little white like spot on its back. Now they've weaponized it. So what it does, so we all know about Lyme's disease. That's a very common illness from being, you know, attacked by a tick. For humans anyway, I don't know if it applies to dogs or anything like that, but I mean, I check my girls every time I've gone for a walk. I check them over, you know, and Yeah, so Lyme's is quite common in humans, and they reckon there's no like proper cure for it, as far as I know. Just treatments, just to extend your life a little bit as you go downhill. Really, a bit like chemo, you know. But I think I was telling. I can't remember who I was telling about this. 17 people now, Lana. A 39-year-old woman arrested. You see, how can So we know that I'll get back on track. We know that no offense, ladies, we are stronger than you. We've got our bone density is different. Our skeletal structure is different. Our muscular system is different. We are stronger than you, right? How the fuck was a woman able to go around and stab that many people without some bloke, you know, or woman, just pushing her whilst she's got her back, you know, she's like getting a bit stabby, got her back to someone just pushing her as hard as they possibly could, so she just went straight down on her face, and then people just pile on top of her. You know, I'd like to know the details of this because I can't get my fucking head around it. Storm's done a leg in, so we've not gone out on our second walk. So I gave her a paracetamol earlier on. Anyway, unsure if she did the stabbing or was with someone who did. Right. Oh, so maybe an accomplice. So she was caught and he wasn't. But again, this is all speculation at the moment because we don't know the details. Where's my drink? That does help. It does help. It does help because there's a noise cancelling button on there, and it tends to cut a lot out. So it's about 85% less horrific. You know, again, people will never get it. Will never get it. Oh, fuck me. Just checked, and it was her who acted alone. Again, you know. If I saw someone with a knife going around stabbing people, right, you'd maneuver in there as quick as you could, get low, get in there fast, right, and just push her or just punch her as hard as you can, straight in the back of the fucking head, as hard as you possibly can, knock her clean out. But then, you know, it'd be like, oh, that's assault. You're going to jail. Yeah, but I've potentially saved 10 people's lives. Yeah, but you shouldn't hit a woman. You know, this is how fucked up and inverted this world is now. You couldn't make this shit up. Hello, Michael. Good to see you, brother. And hello, Annie. I'm glad you could make it. I'm glad you could make it. So, yeah, that doesn't make any sense to me. Makes no sense to me whatsoever. You know, I'm not a man that will stand by and allow something like that to happen. Okay? And I'm pretty sure none of you would either. You know, what the fuck is wrong with people? You know, we live in a world now where people are more likely to get out the phone and start filming it and going, oh my God, you won't believe how many views I'll get for this. You know, this will go viral. I could go viral. I could be famous. That's how people think now. You know, it's madness. It's madness. What about looking out for each other? What happened to that? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I've got headphones in and could hear Storm louder than ever. It's fucking horrific. You know, it's so loud. It's so loud. And I just can't cope with it. I can't cope with it, you know. And I've tried to, because I know that there's the whole mind over matter thing. I was watching, I can't remember what it was now, but they were talking about, someone sent me a video, and it was about being able to just kind of switch off your pain receptors. So you like, if you stub your, bang your finger in a door, which is one of the worst pains because it's very acute. It doesn't last for very long, or it depends really, but generally it doesn't last for very long. But the length of, but the time that it does last, it's very acute pain, But people are starting to learn to be able to just switch it off. Scott, it doesn't hurt now, and it doesn't. We've got so much control over our own bodies. Pain receptors are important because, if you get an insect bite, you're like, oh, you need to know that it's there before it does any more damage. Or if you kind of step on a nail or something, you need pain receptors because your body needs to know that something's happened somewhere, so you can deal with it then, and then maybe provide yourself with some sort of self triage, or go to go to the dark castle on the hill, which is now what I think hospitals are, where they're there just to harvest shit. She looks like a 5-foot skinny woman. Again, so an even easier target. Now, if it was a trans woman that used to be Mr. Universe, built like a brick shit ass with 2 fucking rolls of carpets underneath her arms, But even then, you go in there with enough momentum, run at them with a shoulder barge, and you put all your weight behind them, they're going to go over. And then people can just jump on top, and they just keep stamping down on the hand that's got the knife. She'll soon let go. They'll let go. When there's a few fingers broken, they'll let go and just kick the knife away. Don't touch the knife. All her fingerprints will be on there. Job done. There's no need for that amount of people to get harmed. No need. What the fuck is wrong with people? It's done my head in, that has. Because it shouldn't have happened. It should never have gotten to that severity, Stupid people, apathy. Oh, look at that. She's stabbing people. Or, well, it was Germany. It says, Einstein's Einsteinen Hardenstetten. Wonder if that actually means anything in German. Wouldn't it be interesting if I'd actually just accidentally created a sentence that means something in German? I'd love that. What would be the odds, So, going back to, if you can keep me posted on what's happening. My Lun, what's my Lun, Chelsea Star? My Lun, Are you talking? Is that German? Are you teaching me German? Am I getting free German lessons here? So going back to them weaponizing ticks, right? So there was I need to go into a bit of this because it's quite interesting. My Frenchie grooms herself, sounds loud and goes on forever. Yeah, but does it affect you though, Chelsea Star? Is it Rosa? Rosa, does it affect you? Does it make you feel anxious? A mixture, perfect balance of anxiety and anger, because anger is in there. It is, and it's all part of it. And anyone that's got misophonia, they'll tell you the same. It does. It evokes negative emotions and quite strong. And mine's a mixture of anxiety, like anxiety and anger, But I could never get angry at her. I don't get angry at her. She'd never know that she's doing my head in. She would never know, because she's sensitive as well, So going back to Lyme's disease, yeah, maybe hey, honestly, Rosa, look up Top 10 symptoms that I might have, or top 10 signs that I might have misophonia, and then have a look at the list. And if you can tick like 6, 7 off on that, or maybe even all 10, then, you know, there's no cure. There's no cure. All you can do is either just put headphones on or leave the room or just tolerate it and then go and punch a wall, you know. Especially when I'm trying to sleep, she picks those times. Yeah, timing. Yeah, it's every time I start a live stream, she's straight over there. She'll. It's almost like she's looking at me like that. Yeah, I'm gonna make him look like a fucking idiot on a live stream just by drinking. Something I needed to do anyway. You know, I'm not even going out of my way. You know, I'm gonna do his head in. Hello, Lily, and hello, hello to you as well, brother. Oi, 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 oi. It's a long. These glasses aren't as good as my prescription ones. So the Shamaninian. There, yeah, that one. Tell me your name again, mate. Just so that I can call you your name. Just so I can address you when I'm reading your comments out, mate. Yeah, good to see you. Good to see you, Lily. 1:50 p.m. Also, early afternoon for you there in Omak on the farm. I had Lyme disease. First time put me in hospital. Second was almost nothing. Yeah, you see, they should study you because you do. But this is the problem, Lily, because you've just jumped in and perfect timing because so they have found there is a cure for Lyme's disease. So if you've not got loads of comorbidities, because I mean they are gonna cause you extra problems. You know, it's a given, right? If you've got loads of comorbidities and then you get Lyme's disease, your body's already under stress, and that's not going to help you. It'll fuck you up, and it can kill you, right? So there was this woman that had progressive Lyme's disease, and this happened in California. So she was in a wheelchair. You know, she was it really fucked her up. I'm going to get back onto ticks and this other thing, right? That you'll find it quite interesting. So she had a carer, and this carer was sort of pushing her along in the wheelchair. And next thing you know, there was just a swarm of bees, you know, just from nowhere. And I think she got stung. So I think she kind of might have. When you harm a bee, it gives off a pheromone, which lets the other bees can sense, and then all those other bees will start attacking. Before you know it, she was being attacked. And her carer, look it up. It'll be online somewhere. There'll be a story. Just type in something along the lines of what I'm saying, right? And it will come up, right? So she was being stung and stung and stung and stung. And her carer had fucked off. He was like, oh, you know, ran off, right? Now, there is something in the venom of a bee sting, because that's what it is. It's venom, this type of venom. There's something in the venom of bee stings that cures Lyme's disease. She was cured. She had a death sentence, and then within a couple of months, she went on to live a normal life. Fantastic, you know? Right, so the Jimmy Dore video that I was listening, they've weaponized these ticks, these Lone Star ticks, and you end up with an autoimmune problem, which is what Lyme. I think Lyme's disease is also an autoimmune disease, right? And guess what the main side effect is from being bitten by one of these genetically engineered Lone Star ticks is? Have a guess. Just have a guess. Just please type it in there and have a guess what the side effect is. Spot on, Lana. Red meat. So you can never eat red meat ever again, because your body will have such a response, such a negative response, allergic response to it, that you can literally go into anaphylactic shock and you could die if you eat red meat. The red meat that they're trying to stop us from eating, you know, and that's it. That's for the rest of your life. You've got to avoid red meat, you know, and red meat is brain food. It's brain food. It is. So, you know, they're determined to get to us. They're determined to take meat away from us, because they know how beneficial it is to us. Red meat and eggs, you know, organic eggs. The bastards. It's curable, that syndrome. Yeah. What was the syndrome? As in Lyme's disease. Yeah, but what I'm saying, Lily, is I don't think everyone can be cured. I think if you've got loads of other comorbidities, your body's already under stress. So I think it would be a lot more challenging. What do you think of using DEET as insect repellent? You can make homemade DEET. Personally, I wouldn't buy anything shop bought. I think your best defense, natural defense against insect bites, is eating garlic, fresh garlic every day, because even though you know, you might not smell it, any would be, because it does. So the first you know, garlic intake, it can take 24 hours plus before it starts to reach the surface of your skin, and insects can pick up on that. They can pick up on that, and they'll leave you alone. So me personally, I would, it's garlic all the way, you know. So not only will it repel insects, it also kills off any or most parasites as well. You know, it's a winner. It's great for blood health. It's a piece of piss to grow. You know, it's just so ridiculously easy to grow. Anyone can grow it. Anyone. And you're already, so a lot of the potatoes that we get, for example, not all of them will become chittered, you know, where you end up with the eyes and that, because they've all been fucked about with, right? But garlic's garlic, and you just take, you know, you've got, in one bulb of garlic, you've got like 10 plants there, and those 10 plants will turn into 100 plants, because just one slice of garlic will turn into a full plant. So you've got loads and loads of segments again, and then they break up and then create more segments and more bulbs. You can't go wrong. The two right, look, if you're a novice gardener and you want to grow two very, very healthy foods, right, in your garden, even if you've just got a very small garden, right, two pretty much guaranteed crops that you can grow that are pretty much guaranteed. One is garlic, and the other one is radishes. Radishes, they don't know, they just think, I just want to grow. This soil shit, but I still want to grow. You know, I've not had much sun, I still want to grow. They'll grow. They just grow and grow and grow, and they're so fast grow. Excuse me. And radishes have got a very unique. Is it like an enzyme or something like that? But it's very unique to radishes, and it can prevent the formulation of active cancer cells. So radishes, and I'm not a doctor, radishes can prevent cancer. And they're so easy to grow, and they're fast. They grow fast. So if you start, once you've gone 4 weeks past your last frost, you're safe, right? So you just plant loads and loads of radishes, right? And then when they're kind of halfway to being fully grown, plant a shitload more. And then harvest the ones that you've had, plant a shitload more, right? And they're lovely in salads. They're not, you know, it's not an offensive taste. It's just a peppery taste. It's got other vitamins in there. Have a look into radishes, health benefits of radishes. Ridiculous. And they just grow. They're so easy to grow. I'm growing so many fucking radishes out there. It's ridiculous. You know, white globe's been the most successful. That's the most rapidly grown one, and it is quite a big radish as well. But yeah, in salads, chop them in half and stick them in a stir fry just before you're due to serve it up. You know, instead of like what they're called. What's the crunchy thing that you have in Chinese stir fries? It's an alternative to that anyway. You know, just put radishes in there in the last minute so that they don't go soft. They've still got that crunch, you know. So stir fries, salads, or just on their own, you know, just as you just potting around the garden, just grab a radish, give it a bit of a clean, get a bit of soil off. You are better off washing them because you can end up with worms. You don't want worms up your arse, do you? Although I'm sure there's probably, you know, we're living in a world of decadence now. There's probably people out there saying, yeah, I'd love worms up my arse. Oh, I love worms up my arse. I like the feeling. You know, there's some weird fucking idiots out there. Oh, is that rider gone already? If I missed you, brother, thanks for just stepping in and saying hi. Much love, my friend. Water chestnuts, that's right, Sky Girl. And Annie, yeah, and Lorna, yeah, straight in there. Yeah, I love stir fries, me, you know, and I can mature beetroot leaves, perfect in a stir fry because they do get a bit tougher, you know, but the young leaves of beetroot, beautiful in a salad. And you know, if you're cooking, I love cooking, but I put 10 times more effort in when I'm cooking for someone else. And presentation is everything to me. It's not just about the taste of the food and how it's cooked. It's how it's presented as well, you know. And yeah, beetroot leaves on a salad, they look the dog's bollocks. You know, those beautiful deep red little veins that run throughout the green. It's just really, really, you know, nice. Yeah, I like water chestnuts. I bought 2 packets of I'll show you. I need to chuck them away now, unless I haven't already. Yeah, I don't know if you can make that out. Spicy salad sprouts. So there's a bit of everything in there. But I mean, if you want to grow your own bean sprouts, just buy a load of mung beans. Go down to one of these markets, you know, one of these Asian markets, and just get a load of mung beans. You used to sell them at Asda. But Asda, I'll tell you now, right, I'll never, ever, ever shop there again, right? Because there are people out there now that are trying to spread awareness of these absolute state-of-the-art facial recognition cameras now that are in pretty much every Asda now. I remember the last time I went to Asda to get a little bit of shot. I think it was just to buy some bottles of like Plonk or whatever for Christmas for people. And nearly all the checkouts were gone, you know, or unmanned, apart from the self-checkouts. And there's a freaking screen there with my face on it, you know, completely unnecessary, you know, 1984 shopping. So if you can avoid shopping at Asda, avoid shopping at Asda, because they don't fucking deserve your money. They don't deserve your custom. I think all the big supermarkets are doing it, to be honest. Maybe Annie. Yeah. I mean, I know that there are some Aldi and Lidl stores where you go in, there aren't any checkouts. They've got state-of-the-art camera systems that can pick up on what you've just put in your shopping bag, or your trolley, and it just adds it up as you go along. And as you leave the store, it deducts the total cost of your shopping from your bank, using picking up from your phone, an app on your phone. So that's it. You just you don't get more Orwellian than that, especially if it's oh no, you can't buy any more. You need to go and put some stuff back, and it will come up on your phone saying you need to put that back because you've had more than your week's quota of red meat. You need to put that back, and you need to put that back, and then you can leave. Madness. They call it madness. What's Chavda? What's Chavda, Sky Girl? Please enlighten me. I think all the where I always go shopping in a baseball cap, walk in head down, staring at my list, but defo no Asda for me. Yeah, I'll never shop there again. I said to Lana earlier on, I would rather go foraging and sell my arse for food than go there. Nah, probably no. Actually, no. No, I'd give up the foraging. Chavda. Right. Yeah, you see, the last time I went in there, because I don't believe that any good quality mother would give their child a mobile phone or a tablet, but that's just my opinion. You do you. Oh, it's got a bit fresh. It's like during the day in the sun, it's like Scotcho, I'm getting a bit of an all over tan on my head. But when the sun goes down and it gets dark, it does get a bit fresh, and I get a bit nesh. I was definitely built for warmer climes. Well, Sky Girl, I only shop where I can go to a checkout, otherwise they don't get my custom. I love that, Sky Girl. Principles, and you're keeping people in work. No cash payments, I'm out. Yeah, hey, look, ordinarily I'm the same, but sometimes I get caught out. I just go in there just to get a bite, just to buy a couple of bags of Brazil nuts. Before you know it, I've got four carrier bags full of food. A little bit carried away. I might as well get some prepping food in. I need some cans to replace. Blah blah blah. So before you know it, I've not gone in there with enough cash, and I've come out there and I've had to pay by card. But generally speaking, I do prefer to pay by cash because, it's freedom. Cash is freedom. And if paying cash, they don't know who you are. Exactly. You've got anonymity. You're anonymous. There's a really crap queen cover band on at the Stumble, Terry. I can hear them from here. Are they really that bad? Are they that bad, Annie? The Stumble Inn. That's on Tamworth Road, isn't it? Yeah. but still, you know, I think if you're actually in the pub and you've got a live band on, and even if they're a little bit shit, it's still kind of reminiscent of the old days when you used to go out to pubs and go on a pub crawl, and there'd be a band playing in a couple of the pubs. You know, you go to Liverpool, go out on a night out in Liverpool. Is it Liverpool? Yeah. There's bands all over the place in loads of pubs. Yeah, I like that. I miss that. You know, there's so many things that we seem to have lost that we need to bring back. Where are we? Yeah, no paper trail. Exactly. You ain't seen me, right? And I said, you're gone. You said, you come in, pay with cash, get your shopping, and then move out like a shopping ninja. Right. I mean, why would anyone hire a band that's that bad? But then you're a bit of you're very fussy about your music though, Annie, you know? If it's not someone like oh, that I couldn't cope with that. Fuck me. But you be in your element with stuff like that, Annie. The people are fantastic. What people watch a 1, 2, 3? You know I'm right, Annie. You know I'm right. I don't know these because she's into her thrash, fucking heavy stuff, shouting their heads off. You know, it amazes me because I think to myself, I've been out, you know, quite a few times on a night out, and it's been a bit loud, and then I've done a video where I've lost my voice because I'm not used to shouting. You know. So how these thrash metal bands manage to sing like that, do a full proper, you know, full length concert, singing like that, and then being able to talk in the morning, not only talk but then do another gig and sing a ballad like a fucking angel. So I'm thinking, if you can sing like an angel, why do you sing like that? It makes no sense. Not to me anyway. Yeah, Scousers. What's your beverage of choice this evening, Terry? Well, as you know, it's nice of you to ask, Lana. I've actually gone for a vodka with. I didn't want a normal cranberry juice because I thought, you know what? I've got a bit of class. I have. I fucking have. I'll show you what I've got. Ocean Spray Pink. I do a good gay man, don't I? You know, look, you know, it's great. Yeah, it's uncannily. It's too good. It's too good. But I can assure you, I am 110% into the ladies. You know, but gay men in clubs are attracted to me. You know, I don't give off a camp vibe, you know. But they just seem to, yeah, they just kind of home in on me. You all right? Yeah, I'm all right, mate. Cheers, mate. Cheers. Ooh, gone. Oh dear. So yeah, it's vodka. This Ocean Spray Pink Cranberry, which is it's made from pink, white, and red cranberries, and soda water, a nice clean drink. But I'm thinking of quitting drinking after tonight, like permanently, because it's just a winner. Unless I go out, you know, if I go out on a night out, I'm not going to be like, have you got any pear juice? You know. I'll just have a water. That's not happening. Oh, do you know what, Sky Girl? Yeah, I didn't even read that message, but I already went into camp mode, you know. So you had me pegged there. You had me pegged. You don't need to say just kidding. We get your humour. You know, no one has to. Right, look. If any of you guys insult me, right, I know that it's in good spirits. You know, never ever apologise. Never. We're a tribe. You know. But I have realised I want to be drinking out of my wooden goblet. So bear with. Oh, do you know what? The house just smells like freshly baked bread because I'm just making a loaf of bread now. I love it. I love that smell. You know, it's lovely. It's bastard. It doesn't matter when that happens at home. It's just when it happens in a bar and you've got like medium blue jeans on and you spill your drink down around the crotch area, and yeah, people just jump to conclusions, don't they? Oh, look at him. He's only 50. He's only about 50. What would you say, Frank? How old would you say? Oh, 50. 50, maybe younger. Yeah. Well, he's pissed himself. Dirty bastard. The right aid score in OMAC is going out of business. What's the right aid score at the right aid store? Lily, have we got like an equivalent over here? So 30% off. It's very sad to hear of another business going down, because what they're going to do is they're going to try and then consolidate all of your food shopping to specific places. It's the same as they're going to consolidate all the banks down into, say, maybe 3 or 4 banks, maybe just one, you know, and Lloyd's will be one of them. Yeah, it's sad to see these places going. Yeah, hey Lily, buy as much alcohol as you can, you know, because people, you know, they'll pay well over the odds if they can't get it anymore, you know. I mean, I'm making my own, and I'm really going to go for it this autumn, you know. I've got my apple catcher now, and I've got step ladders so I can get even higher, and I've got loads of, you see, that's another thing, guys. I've been wanting to do a video for the last 4 or 5 days, and I just can't, because as soon as I press record, because I wanted to do a walkthrough of the garden to show you how everything's coming on, so then you can go back to the last time I did a walkthrough of the garden. You can see how much everything's grown, you know. But it just, every time I press record, I'd start talking, blah 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 blah, walking through, and then within 2 minutes it's just gone off and then gone into my fucking banking app or something else. But it can't be repaired until next Friday. So I went down there thinking it was this Friday, and I went in there and I said to him, look, can you repair screens? He said, yes. I said, well, why don't you fucking sort it out then? He said, no, my boss him tell me that his fuck up, him sorting out. And I said, well, where is he? He said, in India. We come back on Thursday next week. You come in Friday, fix for free. I don't know why I did the whole head wobble thing, but again, it's you know, it's a stereotype thing. You know, I've seen loads of Indian people being interviewed and or talking or just having a chat and stuff, and every now and then they go, "Oh, bloody, you know. Anyway, fucking hell. Oh, do you think that might be right? Hey, Lana, fucking hell, yeah. It was called the Pink Flamingo, and there weren't any women in there. And all the men had leather, very, very tight leather trousers on and crop tops, like vests that only came there so you could see all the belly. It's starting to add up now. Yeah. And handlebar moustaches. I think I was groomed. Your eyebrows look massive, Terry. Do they? These aren't eyebrows, mate. These are just the rims of my Deirdre Barlow glasses. That's all. Look, my eyebrows aren't actually, you know, they're not too bad at all. Look, not too bad at all. You know, I think they're proportionate eyebrows. But thanks anyway, Watcher 123. You know, as if I didn't have enough insecurities and inadequacies already. You just added to them. So yeah, cheers. I'm going to be going out like this now when I'm talking to people, just hiding my eyebrows. I've just Googled OMAC. You're in Washington, USA. It's like soaps, paper, pharmacy, etc. Right. Yeah, but it still would have been probably at some point some sort of family-run business, maybe, you know, because I've never heard of it. But then we're not going to hear of a lot of the shops that you would consider to have chains over there. We've got different chains over here. But I mean, Asda started out as a family business. It was a family business. I think it opened its first store in, I think it was you might have to double check. I think it was 1965, and it was run by a family. And then they sold it for billions to Walmart, and then Walmart sold it on to two brothers, you know, and these two brothers are obviously, you know, part of the club that we're not in. Hence the facial recognition. But again, like someone said earlier on, it's only a matter of time before they all have it. In China, they buy T-shirts that have got very, very convincing faces on them, and it confuses the facial recognition. It's like, do I look at that? 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 It's like, I wish I hadn't shook my head that much. Where are we? Washington State. Oh, they're moving a bit quick now. Wow, I'm impressed we have people watching from the USA. Lily's been part of our little tribe for quite some time. You should go over and have a look at her channel. In fact, Lily put a short out and it was fucking hilarious. And I played it over and over and over and over, and I couldn't get bored of it, Lily. I couldn't get bored of it. You know, when the Pope's busy. It's called When the Pope's Busy. So Lily Gazoo's got her own channel. If you want to go over and show her some love, she's lovely to listen to. She's got a very, very chilled out, lovely voice, beautiful voice. And and she just doesn't. Yeah, she never sounds pissed off. She always sounds the same. She's quite relaxing to listen to. And yeah, so there is a little short on her channel that's titled "When the Pope is Too Busy." Right, have a look at that, and it's just great, you know. Yeah, yeah. But do you know what, Lily? For some strange reason, on any shorts that anyone puts out, I can't put an independent comment in there. It won't allow me. So I have to add a comment to someone else's comment. So that's why I ended up doing that, because it won't, there's no option, there's no box for me to type in on other people's shorts, which does do my head in. Where are we? I watch lots of UK and Irish channels. Yeah. Well, we're connected. We're connected, Lily. We're intrinsically connected, and we're looking at what's happening in America. You're looking at what's happening over here, and it's a shit show either way. It really is. I mean, that interview that Trump had with the leader of South Africa, I'm like, fucking hell, you know, it's only a game show. It's only a game show. It is. It is. It's all theatrics. That's all it is. Just a circus. So we know that there is a genocide of farmers, not just white farmers, but black farmers as well, right? So I believe that whole interview was one step towards trying to get people's attention averted away from the genocide in Gaza, because public polls are starting to look at this and think, hold on, this is fucked up, you know. It is a clown world. It is. So you've got the clown section of the yin yang, and then you've got us. Thank you, Rosa, for pointing out that my eyebrows are all right. I do have to get tweezers on them a little bit now and then, just to get the grey ones out. I don't like the grey ones, you know. I can handle it on here. Sal used to call it salt and pepper. I'd never heard that term before. Washington State governor just raised property tax 30%. 30%. And raised gas tax by $1 a gallon. $1 a gallon, Lily, is nothing. It's nothing, not compared to what we pay over here. You've still got a much better deal with your fuel for your vehicles than we have. Or did it say vehicles over there? Do they go vehicles? Your vehicles, ma'am, please step out of the vehicle. I think a lot of people around the world are watching what's happening in the UK. I see lots of comments wishing us good luck. Yeah, Annie, me too. Yeah, I'm hearing a lot from a lot of creators of different channels and people on different platforms and stuff saying that it's Orwellian. But only if you allow it to be, you know, and keep freedom of speech alive, because the amount of people that or one thing that I don't get, one thing that does irritate me a little bit, right, are freedom fighter YouTubers and people that have got other that are on other platforms, right? That will say when she right. I'll get to the point, because I'm not like that. They won't use the word rape, right? They won't use the word vaccine. They won't use the term climate change. They won't. No, there are loads of words. So you've got people that are fighting for freedom, self-censoring themselves by not using the same certain words, including cancer. Watch the whole video, right? And the word cancer was used once, right? But we all know why they don't want to lose all of their subscribers and their members, because that's their bread and butter. These people clearly don't have what it takes to think outside the box and find another way. I think a lot of people around the world are watching what's happening in the UK. I see lots of comments wishing us luck. Same here, Annie. I like the sound of the facial T-shirts. Yeah, and they work, Sky Girl. They do, because they do confuse the. When you've gone to take a photo of like a group of your friends or something, and you've got these little squares that appear, right? Well, your phone pays extra attention to put those faces into high resolution, more than the rest of the photo. So you get loads of squares appearing around all the heads of your friends. So this is much the same thing. These cameras are very, very much the same thing. So they sort of, when they're looking at on a screen, looking at these cameras, following people just going around doing the daily business, and you can just see all of these squares, and then there's information that leads off, and everyone's on a database, everyone's face is recognized. But when you wear one of these T-shirts, the square goes from there to there to there. It's just like, cannot compute. But yeah, Lily, you have got some good creators out there, YouTube creators, people on lots and lots of. There are loads of people in America that are worth listening to. It's just your news, and when people like us, so people hold on, more than one ingestion is using the primary URL. Send one stream to the primary ingestion URL and one stream to the backup URL. Lana, if you're still there, what the fuck does that mean? I've got no idea. Absolutely no idea. I've never seen that come up. Maybe it's because I just reeled off a sequence of trigger words. Fuck knows. As long as you can still hear me, can you still hear me in that? Yeah? I don't know what that means. But it's a big yellow error bar. So if I do that, yeah. Right. You can't make it out. But it says more than one ingestion is used in the primary URL. Send one stream to the primary ingestion URL and one stream to the backup URL. I've got no idea what that means. And I don't care. I don't care. We'll carry on regardless. You know, I can't be doing with this bollocks. Where are we? Yeah, I love sarcasm. I love it. And sarcasm does get past the algorithms, you know. It's like I love cloud seeding. I love geoengineering. I like nanobio weapons. I really love Bill Gates. I really love him. He's such a nice guy. He's got our safety and our future in his hands. You know, he's a good man. He's a good man. I'd love to have Bill Gates around here. You know. Oh, yeah. I should change. I would for that day. I would change my name from Terry to Karma. I'm glad you've gone over and shown some love, Annie. Watch that short. It's just brilliant, just brilliant. She's got a lovely sense of humour. Washington DC, District of Columbia. What's that, Watcher 123? Is that where you're from, or have I missed out on the context there? You start saying them words, then I froze. What words? See, I'm behind. Oh, you see, Lily, you've got. We should all be supporting each other, and Lily's making a start on a homestead. It is being left to her and her female friend. There are men in the equation that aren't as proactive as the women, you know, which is a shame. But she's cracking on, you know, she's cracking on, and she's watched a few of her videos, you know, she's making a lot of progress. And one of the great things about the States is that you tend to get a lot more bang for your buck as far as land's concerned. Here, everything's at such a premium. We're only a little island, you know. North America's very vast. Where are we? There, you've got some subs. You've got some subs there, Lily. Or friends. I don't like the term subs. Although, as far as subs are concerned, after the back of that, off the back of that last live stream, when I was just saying, look, if you're this and you're that, now, you know, hit unsubscribe and fuck off. I remember saying that a lot, and yeah, and it's coming to live streams in the right frame of mind. Where are we? Is it a glitch, Lana? I hope so, because it's still there. And I don't really want to click on it, really, in case it's some sort of, I don't know, fuck it. It's not bothering me. Where are we? What the fook does all that gobbity gook mean? I don't know. I do appreciate it if we can see and hear you. I can hear you. Right, I'm glad. Right, good. Okay. It's that banner's still there. It's not moving, and I've never seen it before, so just a glitch. You are not running 2 streams. No, I'm not. No. Yes, Sky Girl, you know, these buzzwords, you know, when people start bleeping them out and when people just use a different word or they just avoid saying a certain word or using a word that rhymes with it or something like that, it does irritate me, you know, because everyone needs to be coming together. Everyone needs to be on board this ice-breaking ship, you know. And but unfortunately, you see, I've got a lot more. No, I was going to say I've got a lot more freedom than them because I don't monetize the channel. But that should never come into it. It should be principles. It should all boil down to principles. Bill Gates. Yeah, honestly, just yeah. If I had him round here, you know, days. Oh, I have said Gil Bates before, a while back, but it just didn't feel right. It still felt like I was censoring myself. So I think I ended up changing the word from Gil to master. So instead of Gil Bates, it's master. I bet he does a lot of that. You should say Gil Bates instead of Bill Gates. Bill Gates, such a great man, only wants the best for humanity, such a caring soul. Started as a computer nerd and now is a full whack scientist, creating glorious potions for everyone. That is exactly what I'm saying, you know, because for starters, AI, if anyone starts using AI on a daily basis, you're going to end up becoming thick as pig shit. You see, I think that we all have a built-in navigation system, you know, based on the magnetics, just like any other animal in the world, including ants, you know. So when sat navs were invented, it was like you didn't have to think about it. You didn't have to use your senses anymore. And if you don't use them, you lose them. So there's that. And I've mentioned the Aborigines. They were able to find water just with their sensors. We're capable of so much. Self-healing, you know. We can de-cancer ourselves as long as it's not too far gone. But you've got to believe it. You've got to believe it. You've got to believe it. You're going to beat it. I'll never go for chemo. I'll never have chemo. If I ever get cancer, I'll do a live stream and I'll beg all of you, and I don't beg, to try and find some sort of protocol to try and help me. You know, I've had cancer twice. I do try and look after myself, but you just don't know. You just don't know. So let's hope it doesn't come to that. Master Bates, wasn't that a character for it? Was, yeah, Sky Girl, you know, Captain Pugwash. Yeah, there was Master Bates, there was Seaman Staines, and little kids were watching that. This is how sick these fuckers have been for a very, very, very long time. You know, people not putting stuff 2 and 2 together, people not thinking about it. You know, it's just, yeah. Vladimir must have been put in, or is it Putin? Not too sure. I I don't understand that. What Watcher 123? I'm sorry, brother. I've never used AI and never will. Please don't use AI. You know, because all of those beautiful, beautiful talents that we've all got talents. You know, again, as a collective, it makes us rich. But if you start to, you know, so they start in maths, you know, just as I was leaving, they started dishing out calculators to kids. So none of them were using their heads to do arithmetic. You know, there was the occasional challenge where it'd be like, right, so four men go into a lift to go to the second floor. One man gets out, 3 women gets in. The next floor, 4 men get out, 1 woman gets in with a dog. You know, stuff like that. I'm thinking, fuck me, you know, please get me out of this school. But AI is a combination of fluoride in your water, shit food, poor lifestyle choices, and not using our senses. You know, using technology to do the thinking for us. And even though, so some people say that the human brain is a muscle. You know, if you don't use it, you'll lose it. It's not a muscle because it doesn't sort of contract and it doesn't do any of that. But yeah, just like muscles, if you don't use it, it becomes, you end up, you know, we're meant to be evolving. You know, if you allow yourself to let technology do everything for you, you're headed for a chip in the brain, which I know none of you guys would ever have. But you start losing all of these innate senses that are gifts, the gifts. And once you start using them and start utilizing them properly and realizing just how powerful they are and that you can do it without the aid of technology, you'll never go back. Never. I haven't used AI. It's good to know. Good. But your kids are. The ones that are in school, I'm going to make a video about AI soon. Been reading a lot and observing. Yeah, that'd be interesting to get your take on that, Lily. I'll certainly watch it with great interest because it'd be nice to get your take on it. And but yeah, I think AI is there deliberately to make us dumber. And yeah, you can create art and songs and write books and all this stuff. But then, so when you think about it, AI is stripping you of your creativity, and your creativity is important because it's an example of who you are, you know. So I am anti-AI. And then when you take into account that there is actually a place called help me out, Scott, is it Scott in Terminator? What was the name of the company? And that exists. Was there no masturbates, Annie? Oh, I didn't know that. Skynet. Thanks, Lana. Oh, you always come through, you know. So Skynet exists. So if you've got Skynet, That's right, Sky Girl. Yeah, Skynet. Yeah, spot on. Yeah, it's like, as that all was that all predictive programming? Was it? You know, because there's been a few films that I've watched back now, and I'm seeing things that I just never noticed before. But I think that applies to all of us. You know, I think we're all kind of on a heightened sense of alertness constantly, but in a very manageable way, to the point where it's not really kind of it's not hindering us. You know, if anything, it's spurring us on. Elon's network on Earth that controls Starlink is called Skynet. Is it? So Lana, so is the Skynet that I've just mentioned that I knew existed the same Skynet? Oh, and I did a little bit of research on EVs, right? Because I'm telling you now, right? I'm telling you, they cannot and will never deviate away from the alleged climate crisis. We've got less CO2 in the air now than we've had for thousands of years. You know, and all plants need CO2 in order to do photosynthesis. So if they can't photosynthesize, they die. And if these plants die, then there's nothing for the pollinators to go at, and then it's just it's a shit show. It's an absolute shit show. But again, I was going to say knowledge is power, but it's only powerful. It's only powerful if you use on it, if you use it, if you act on it. You know, just keeping it in the back of your head and taking it to your grave isn't good enough. We need to be helping each other, putting information out there. The movie called I, Robot with Will Smith had those robots that took over under the direction of the main computer, Vicky. Do you know, whenever someone says Vicky, I should think of my sister, because I've got a sister called Vicky, right? But I just think of Sticky Vicky from Benidorm. And I've never even seen her. And I'm quite glad, you know. It's you see, the female to me is quite sacred, you know. And it just seems to me like less and less and less and less is becoming sacred. You know, we don't need to know what tampons are for. We don't need to know what bog rolls for, what toilet rolls for, or sanitary towels. We don't need to know because we don't need to be shown. We already know, you know. And yeah, so to see a woman, you know, pulling fucking fairy lights out of a snatch, and then last little bit, a big fucking battery bank that's keeping them all lit. It's just, yeah. But then, you know, it's just humour, I suppose. But it's not something I would go and watch, because I think the female form is beautiful, and not all of them. You know, there are some out there that just don't look after themselves at all in any way, shape, or form. They are not a good example of the femininity in a human, right? But yeah, I mean, women are incredible, you know. So they can, not only do they hold so much power just because of what they've got between their legs. And this is a fact. It's a fact, ladies, and the lads will agree. Any woman, right? Even, you know, I put in that post, it's like, if you can guess me age, you can shag me. And she's a big, massive, morbidly obese woman, right? And you just see a speech bubble saying 3 stone, and then she says, "Close enough, you lucky bastard." You see, even a woman that looks like that can go into a pub. Most pubs, after a certain time, when blokes have had a few beers down and said, "Do you want to come home for a fuck?" And a lot of blokes they'll go for it. They'll go for it. Men, we have to work for it. We have to earn it. We have to work for it. Really fucking work for it. You know. But women, they can go into any bar, any club, and have sex that night because you hold so much power between your legs. You do. You know, some people are going to think, have I missed 4x4 fella? Good night, my friend, and I'll see you in the next one. Sleep well, brother. Oh, and Chelsea's going. Rosa's gone as well. See you, Rosa. So yeah, I mean, it's kind of, it's very different the other way around. So women do hold some power, you know, and some women use that power to manipulate, so they can just they can go out on a Friday or a Saturday night and just not spend a single penny apart from their taxi ride home, you know, just giving blokes the impression they might be in with a chance of getting laid that night. But fortunately, most women aren't like that. My mum was. You know, that's why there's 6 of us to 6 different dads. She was a very manipulative woman. Yeah, anyway. Where are we? The one in China is the net for the facial recognition. Elon's Starlink is creating the mesh network of satellites that I think are the ones that can identify individually from above. Fuck me. Yeah, this is what I'm saying. You know, we are living in 1984. It's just that a lot of people don't realize it yet. They don't realize it because, again, I think this is something I mentioned in the last live stream, is the fact that so many people they've dropped the guard now. You know, they've gone through the whole, you know, oh my God, there's a killer fucking virus going around that's wiping out people all over the place, when it wasn't. Yeah, I think people that started to wake up around that time, and a lot of people did, they seem to have kind of slipped into some sort of sense of security now, thinking it's you know, that's it, we can just move on now, you know. But then I also know people that are switched on, but they have made a conscious decision to switch off because they don't want to know anymore. Yeah, myself, and I know of at least one other person in this live chat here, at least, that that has a thirst, a hunger to make sure that I am completely informed, up to date on everything. So I know exactly what's happening and where it's happening and where it might be leading to, and if it connects with something else and all of that stuff, just like you guys, you know. I've never read 1984 by George Orwell. Bought it recently and looking forward to reading that. Yeah, I've thought about getting the audio book because I'm just not much of a reader, you know. I'm a visual learner. I get onto sort of like the second or third page and it's just loads and loads of words, which is quite common in a book. I've never been much of a reader. I listen and I see, you know. Right, so let me tell you a little bit about EVs, right? So before anyone fucks off thinking, oh, this sounds boring as fuck, right? This is quite interesting, right? Because I think we all know someone, you know, whether it's a neighbor or a work colleague or a family member, whatever, you know, we know someone who's got an EV. A lot of us do. And you try and throw a few things at them and they're like, nope, you're wrong. So what you're saying is that you are right and millions of other people are wrong. Yeah. And we all know that that can happen, you know. Look at 2019, 2020, 2021. We went against the grain, against the herd, right? So it can happen. So my brother-in-law, he doesn't know I've got this. He doesn't know I do this, you know. My brother-in-law, he's now got an EV. He used to work for Toyota. He used to get really good deals, so he could just lease a car, you know. And then when he got bored of that, he could just lease another car. And this is one of the perks, probably the only perk of working for Toyota. And now he went from petrol to diesel to then hybrid and now all electric, right? Let me tell you something about an average EV that you probably didn't know. Righty-ho, Lana. Right. So, in order to make one average sized EV battery bank for an EV car, right? Right, so this is one car. You need to excavate approximately 500,000 tons of earth. $500,000 tons of earth to make one EV, right? And then where the lithium is processed, and a lot of that is, you know, they don't take the environment into account. You know, the land, the rivers. We know they don't. Look at these solar farms. You know, they've got at best maybe a 25 year lifespan tops. You know, and that's being optimistic. Then those that solar panel is rendered utterly useless, right? And there are chemicals in these solar panels that poison the earth underneath them, especially if you've like had massive like monster hailstone storm, and it smashes a few of these things up, and this stuff leaks into the ground. And a lot of this is greenbelt land and what used to be arable farming, you know. So yeah, 500,000 half a million tons to make one EV battery. And then where the lithium is processed, the land where that is done is rendered pointless pretty much forever, right? And then take into account the child labour. You know, it came to the news. Everyone found out that there was a scandal that they were using kids. Nothing's changed. It's not changed. So EVs, again, if you do your research, and just remember that 500,000 tons of excavation to make one EV battery. If you can talk to someone who's got an EV and just say, did you know? Do you know how much of the earth needs to be excavated just for one battery, just for the battery you've got in your car? Have a guess. How many tons? Have a guess how many tons. And they're going to go, oh, about 10. Well, then I know that probably sounds a bit much, 10 tons. That's how these people think, because they don't think past their fucking stupid virtue signaling bullshit. I only know one person with an EV. He's another YouTuber and he hates his car. Yeah, is that Mac? Lee Mack, is it? Not Lee Mack. The Mac Master. He's a friend of Jeff Buys Cars. I think I know if that. I'm sure that's who you're on about, Annie. Annie ended up buying a car from Jeff Buys Cars. Yeah. So it's got crazy provenance. But yeah, you can pass this information on to people that have got an EV and just say, did you know that you think you're being greener and kinder to the planet, but in actual fact, you're not. You're absolutely not. You know, if anything, EVs are doing more damage than you know, the production of a diesel car. More damage. Like I said, we all know this now, and all of this is becoming more and more common knowledge, which is knowledge that we need to be sharing with people. And like I've said before, I'm telling you now, please believe me, they cannot and will not deviate from climate change. So all of the information, any information that you can find, any information, negative information about this, that you can put into a nice, neat little package and educate someone, then that's a good thing. It's a good thing. So I only know one person personally. There are people on my street that have got EVs further up the road. But yeah, my brother-in-law, yeah, he's gone all electric, and he thinks he knows it all. And I've had conversations with him, and I was pointing out things that were coming down the line as well, and I managed to get. I got hold of it was like official government information, and I needed to convince him just to say, look, this is what's coming down the line, right? And the last thing a man like me wants to hear from another man is, but what can we do about it? That really fucking irritates me. You know, it's pathetic. That's something that a beta male would say. What can we do? All right, mate, you just roll over on, lean over that barrel and just get fucked up the arse, because you just, oh man. I like the guy, don't get me wrong. He's a nice bloke, and he really did help me out a lot with trying to get paperwork done and all of the stuff that you don't want to be facing when you've just lost your husband or your wife, you know. And he helped me out with a lot of that, because he used to work in banks, and he's quite clued up with paperwork, and yeah, he's clued up in so many ways. And he's the only one out of all of my family, most of my family, and all of Sally's family. He's the one that I thought was never going to fall for this, and he did. Mad. Sky Girl, I know no one who has an EV in my local area, so many of them, they think they are saving the planet. Yeah, they do. Yeah, because they're sold by the bullshit that they listen to on mainstream media. You know, they're sold by it. They're probably watching some sort of mindless fucking soap on TV now. You know. Yeah, there's no. But then you point out to them, you say, like, well, you were told that you'd be able to drive through. You'd have next to no road tax. Your insurance would be cheap. This is a benefit. This is a benefit. This is a benefit. This is a benefit, and it's all lies. It's all lies. They've gone back on everything. They've gone back on all the incentives that they were passing out to people to buy one in the first place. But there are still people out there that are falling for it. Yeah, they do, Sky Girl. I don't think it's as common as people think. I think it's probably a lot more common in China, because they knock them out, not to the same sort of standards as, say, I mean, made in Britain, that used to really stand for something. It stood for quality, Well, the ones that they're knocking out, even their most luxurious brand, is there's loads of people filming these fires going off. Where are we? I have a secret library in the mountains to preserve civilization. Well, I hope what you need to do, Lily, on top of that, is you need to maybe harvest some of your friends' eggs, harvest a viable man's sperm, and then put them into cryostasis. How you obtain that sperm has got nothing to do with me, but maintain that self-respect, lass. I'm sorry, Lily. You know what I'm like. Yeah, these EVs have burned down quite a lot of places. You put them in a multi-story car park. It's very difficult to get a fire engine into one of these places because of the height restrictions. So people just have to move the cars out of the way if they can, what's left of them. And this thing just has to burn out. They have to put them in big, massive baths of water. They're a nightmare, an absolute nightmare. Yeah. Having said that, when we're talking about EVs, I've just signed up to a milkman. I've gone back old school. So I'm getting my milk. It's all Bovea free. Milk, butter, cheese, a few other bits and bobs. And I'm getting that delivered every Tuesday and Thursday now on an electric milk cart. But electric vehicles were around at the turn of the last century. And I can remember being at school, and the bike that I had at home when I wasn't at school, had a dynamo on it. So when I'm pedaling during the night, my light's on, you know. And I used to think back then, if I can do that with a bike, why can't they do that with a car? Yet there was no such thing as a hybrid back then, but at least not that we know of. Where are we? It's not just the cost of making the cars, it's the cost of building all the new infrastructure to manufacture them. Yeah, and they're not doing it quick enough, which is good. It's good because it'll get more and more of them to think, oh, fuck this, it's a pain in the arse. And then they find out how much their car's worth overnight after buying it brand new. Whoa. Because no one wants to buy them now, so good luck on selling them. I'm building my own library for the future. Yeah, right, yeah. So yeah, that's a good idea. Books. Can't rely on the internet. I could go for a hybrid due to gas taxes. I think hybrids are a great idea. I really do. Yeah, I do. But one of the problems we've got is that the Earth has taken a massive drop in CO2. We need more of it. Now, diesel cars, plants love shit like that because they give off loads of CO2. So do we, you know. I think the only thing we can sort of hope for really to drive that up a little bit, but then the knock-on effects would be potentially catastrophic, and that's more volcanoes, you know, to bring the CO2 back up again, because then it'll make Earth greener. Yes, Sky Girl, she is a Seattle girl. That's her main place, but what she's doing now is she's putting things in place now to move on to a homestead with her friend. And yeah, when you get the chance, Sky Girl, go onto her channel, and yeah, you know, it's nice and chilled to listen to, and like I said, she's got a lovely voice. Can you imagine when they attempt another lockdown, they could switch off these electric cars remotely so nobody can travel anywhere? Yeah, well, that's all part of the plan, you know. So if you've, you know, and a lot of these I would never get in a self-driving car. Fuck that. I do like. I'm not a control freak, but I do like to be in control of my own life, at least, you know. But yeah, I mean, the amount of information these brand new EVs are taking from you, what music you like to listen to, what conversations you've had, all that, it feeds into an algorithmic system, so that you end up with targeted marketing with data that they've harvested from you whilst driving your car, you know. And data is the new gold. Are you anywhere near? Yeah, so I had a friend as a family who lived in Gig Harbor on the, yeah, she'll know what you mean, Sky Girl. I have no idea. I can barely pronounce what you've just wrote. I have a cottage just south of Seattle. That sounds so nice. And I used it for work in Gig Harbor. Gig Harbor, not Harborton, spelling error. Ah, right, yeah. That's one hell of a fucking spelling error there, Sky Girl. But but yeah, you know, it's I don't you just love these sort of interactions where there's some sort of synchronicity. I love stuff like that. Right, Annie, I'll tell you. It's on an app, which is, you know, it's a good thing and a bad thing. But with the app, you can pause. So if you're going away for a week, you just pause it. You know, it is more expensive, but I'm keeping to a very limited. If you go to £15 a week, £15 or over, then your deliveries are free, and you get a free little sort of old-fashioned little wooden milk box. So you just rinse your bottles out, glass. So everything, your fruit juices, your milk, all comes in glass bottles. You know, even Graham's doesn't come in glass bottles. And then so basically spend over 15 quid and you get this little wooden old-fashioned retro little wooden crate thing. You just put your clean bottles back in there and then take them away and reuse them. You know, none of this you know, clogging up the planet with plastic bullshit. And they also pay, allegedly, they pay the dairy farmers 4 times more than the supermarkets are paying them. So bear with me and I'll tell you. I'll tell you what the crack is. Oh, I'm fucking freezing. Oh. Oh. I'm almost tempted to put the heating on, you know, and it's coming towards the end of May. Is that straight? I just need to just insulate my head. Modern Milkman. Yeah, Modern Milkman, Annie. And apparently I can give you a code that will get you some money off if you're interested. And it's supporting local businesses. And they do fully organic eggs. Like I said, none of their products are bovea. They do everything, and meats, as you know, meat as well, meat, dairy, anything you like, fruit juices, the lot. But that's it, yeah. And as soon as they knocked on the door, they looked quite defeated. I don't think they've been received very well in this area. And it might be, you know, because it's a little bit more expensive and a lot of people aren't aware of the whole bovea thing. And so they'll just keep buying the Muller shit and the Cravendale shit from the local shop, you know, just white water with some dodgy chemical that in there that's probably going to leave you chemically castrated. And God knows what else. So the family friend was a school teacher and she lived on Goodrich Drive. I used to write to her when I was younger and she showed me my letters to her class. Oh, that's so lovely, Sky Girl. It is. I love shit like that. In an EV, you are being fried with electromagnetic radiation. Yeah, and that. Yeah, invisible killers. It's mad. It's madness. And every single sort of meter that you drive, all of that's being tracked by satellites. You know, fuck that. I'm old school. I'll always be old school. Yeah, there is enough EMF already, Sky Girl. You know, we've got it from our neighbour's Wi-Fi, our own Wi-Fi, and then you've got all these big towers, you know, pumping out fuck knows what. The list goes on and on and on. It's not healthy. It's not healthy at all. Yes, Watcher 123. Back to basics. That's exactly what I would love. I would love, because we would all be talking and interacting with each other in person, and we can go back to natural remedies and stuff like that. I've got a new supplement coming up very soon, because one of the problems that we've got is heavy metal intake, right? Which is going to be in our some of our food. It's going to be in the air because of what they're dropping from the skies, and these metals need to be gone, right? So I've just sent off for organic spirulina, organic dried coriander, and organic Lana. Help me out here. It's gone, which was the most expensive of the three. She'll tell me what it is in a minute. And so all three of those herbs attract the metals out of your body, and then you excrete them, you know, out of your bottom or out of your weeing hole. Weed hole. Oh my god. Oh dear. Yeah. Well, Sky Girl, there might be one in your area. You know, look into it, but just make sure that what they're selling is, you know, the real deal, and it's all traceable, trackable, so you can do your own research on them and make sure that they are telling the truth. But yeah, it's again, it's a small business. It's another element of kind of going back in time a little bit. That was how most of us got our milk, you know. And I've ordered the yellow top stuff, the orange top, yellow, the Jersey cow one. It gets delivered, and you got that little foil bit on the top. If the birds haven't beaten you to it, you know, you take that foil off, and you've got to just get this big massive clump of fresh cream out, put it to one side, just to pour it onto your cereal or into your brew, you know. And that's what I've ordered. And yeah, I think it was a good move. Again, we're looking after our local businesses, you know, small family-run businesses. I loved hearing the milk flow in the early hours of the clink of the bottles on the doorstep. Yeah, you know, we can go back to that. We can. We need to start boycotting these supermarkets, because if you think about it, I know a lot of people are on a proper shoestring budget. I know that, right? But if you start to develop your foraging skills, so you've got some real goodness getting into you from just being out and about, and building your knowledge, your knowledge bank of more and more that you can recognize and pick and take home, you could actually end up a lot healthier, just not by using these supermarkets anymore, you know, especially if you're able to grow some stuff. Yeah, but I remember that, you know, just that clank, that little clanky, glassy clanky noise that we'd hear, and a bit of a jolly whistle, and then you'd hear him get back on his cart, and it's like off he goes, going over the occasional little bump, and you'll hear a clank, 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 clank. You know, these are happy childhood memories because everything was a lot more simple back then. It was better. So yeah, if you get the opportunity and you can afford a milkman, give them your business. Take it away from these supermarkets. You're welcome, Annie. I'm assuming that's for me telling you who the milkman is. Yeah, the two lads that turned up because they were just canvassing for him, and but I've done sales. I can sell. I know all the little tips and tricks. But as soon as they told me who they were and what they were doing, that was it straight away. They got an answer straight away. I'm in. Where are we? Chlorella. Thank you, Lana. Right. So my next supplement is going to be organic spirulina, so this is powdered, organic spirulina, organic coriander, and organic chlorella, right? You put those three things together in a capsule, and you take a couple of them a day, and that's gonna get rid of so many metals that's floating around in your body, and graphene oxide, which is one of the we had a bit of a discussion the other night, me and Lana, and we came to the we looked up graphene oxide. Now it does respond to magnet, so it must have some sort of magnetism, and if it's got magnetism, then there must be metal in there, and if there's metal in there, then I can produce supplements that can get the metal out of your body, which makes the other half of the graphene oxide pointless and useless, and therefore eventually it will just leave your body anyway, one way or another, so that, and then I've got supplements with ingredients that can kill parasites, and then some that are just really good for your bones, good for your skin. The list goes on. I'm at 7 at the moment. I'm aiming for 10. But I'm just waiting for those 3 ingredients to arrive, and then I'll start making another set of supplements again. Are any of you guys giving this a go? Because they are good quality supplements, and you will have made them, so you know exactly what's gone in there, and you can tailor them to your needs. Checkout lady in Tesco's asked me about Trevisan milk, and I informed her Arla and Muller gave Bovea to their cows. She hadn't heard of it, so I educated her on how it was. Good, Sky Girl. This is what we need to be doing. Everyone, we've got a duty, because it will make things a little bit easier for us further down the line. The more people that are switched on and educated, because they would have been relying on their entire life, as far as education is concerned, is listening to BBC, Channel 4, Channel 5, ITV, shit rag newspapers, shit radio stations that are all biased. And that's it. They've lived in a very, very closed off world, yet they think that they're informed. So as long as you can approach them and steer them in the right direction without kind of making them feel thick, you've not heard of Bovea? Who the fuck are you? What do you know? That is not going to work. But again, having a chat with Lana, her approach is very interesting, and it's definitely one I'm going to adopt. And that's where you just basically make them feel like they might be a little bit more intellectually superior to you. So it's about approach. So you turning around to them and saying, these long lines of clouds in the sky. I've been reading up on that, and it's not good. It's not condensation like they're saying on the news, because condensation disappears at the same speed as the jet. These are staying in the skies and then spreading out. And they've said that it's because they want to dim the sun, but then they want to turn loads of fields into solar farms. So are they dimming the skies or not? What are they spraying? I just wondered if you'd know. And then give them, empower them. We've got to try and just find different ways of getting through to people, because we cannot stop. Mercury fillings. Oh dear, heavy metals coming back to bite. Yeah, but mate, if you take those 3 herbs, you'll get them out of your system. I've got tattoos. There's going to be metal in them. Trace metals of some sort. They usually are. But it's all about educating yourself and then educating other people. But educating other people it from a perspective where you're making them feel empowered. Like they should know the answer because you don't. So you ask them a question. Do you know anything about this? Or, and then elaborate a little bit, but don't get carried away, and certainly don't get frustrated with them. Fluoride in your toothpaste. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I don't use fluoridated. Fluoridated. I use Anusol. Nah, this is the toothpaste that I use. So I'm just to straighten it up a little bit, and then it will kind of hopefully be less bright and show you what it's called. No, it's not doing any of that, is it? There. It's called Aloe Dent, and the writing's too small. But there's no fluoride in that whatsoever. Aloe Dent. I've been using this for a few years now, and it's sound. There's absolutely no reason why they need to be putting fluoride in anything. Fluoride does, it is soluble and naturally occurring. But this is industrial strength shit they're putting in our water system, which then makes that water officially medicated. And you shouldn't have to be paying. You can refuse. You can withhold payment of your water rates. You can withhold them and just say, look, I want you to prove to me that that this water hasn't got added fluoride or anything else in there. And if you go onto your local water supplier website and then look for the most recent report, because they have to test what's in the water, have a look at their most recent report, and that'll give you all the ammunition you need. It's just the only reason they're getting away with it is because no one's asking. No one's looking into it. It's like, do you want some water? Yeah, I'm dead thirsty. It's ever so hot. Right. Tap on. There you go. Oh, that tasted fucking horrible. Because you can tell the difference, I've not drunk out of the tap. Not here anyway. It's a bit of a challenge at the caravan because I can only take so much water with me. There's a tap in the middle of the field, but there's a campsite that we used to go to. Me and Sarah used to go to just further down the road, and it was a lovely campsite, beautiful. And they had their own. They were tapped into their own underground mineral river, and we used to get our water from there. But then the council came along and said, right, you've got to put a sign on there saying it's not fit for human consumption, even though it was better for you and healthier because it was living water, not dead water. Than the water that they're supplying to you through your taps, and pushing it off as fit for human consumption when it's not. It's not. Where are we? Germs to learn. Absolutely spot on, mate. Yeah. Trethwayan Milk is a Cornish dairy, and I buy their milk and butter. Only Tesco's stock it, but yeah. As soon as you know, one of my concerns. Let me just go for a top up. I'll be right back. One of my concerns is that, imagine you're a business and you've got quite a lot of competition because there are loads and loads of other people doing the same as you are. And at some point in the past, you were offered a financial incentive by some dodgy bastard to try this additive, and we'll financially reward you. And we might even be able to find some extra shops that'll stock your products. So we all know farmers are struggling anyway. So there would have been a few people that just thought, yeah, fuck it, why not? So they would have witnessed a lot of sales going down and people preferring to buy other types of other brands of milk and other dairy products. that haven't been, messed about with Bovea. However, there was one massive company that was trialing Bovea. I think it was either back in 2018, 2019, something like that. And then we only just found out about it, and this company were making baby formula, So when you weaned your baby off breast milk and you put them onto that, full of Bovea. So from a business standpoint, if you were crooked enough and as much of a greedy, selfish, I don't give a fuck bastard, right, out there, and people were saying, do you use, have you used Bovea? It's not going to be in their interests to admit that, is it? Oh, me and Lana, we use the same toothpaste. We're like toothpaste kindred spirits. How lovely. Where are we? Where do you buy Allodent? I don't know if she's answered that or not, but you can get it online, Sky Girl. That's where I bought mine from. Buy it online. So eBay, Amazon, they all sell it. It's just quite difficult to get it from most of the shops, because they just sell, names that everyone's become really accustomed to and trust, like Colgate. They just trust the name. Very naive. There's a lot of very, very naive people out there. But yeah, you can buy it online. Yeah, sorry, Alana's answered that already. She's so fucking quick. But I bought mine on eBay. I've a water distiller and also a gravity-fed water filter in case of power outages. Identical to me, Sky Girl, with the added addition of a rainwater catchment system. Shelling out for a water butt is a good investment, especially if it's coming off a slate roof. That's instant backup water, and as long as you've got you've got plenty of filters for your gravity fed water filter system. Maybe a Sawyer Mini on the side, but then so catching the rain as well, just in case, because people have I can't remember who was telling me about it now. It was like, are your taps off? Aye. Are yours? Aye. So no water. Was it you, Lana? Were you telling me about that? So, if you go to turn your taps on and you've got no water coming through your tap, it's not good. It's not good. So you need to have you've got to have a backup, and even all of the plastic bottled water that you've bought, that's only going to last so long. So a water catchment system, rainwater catchment system, is an absolute must if you can do it. If you can do it, if you live in the 22nd floor of a block of flats, it's a lot more difficult, but it's still not unachievable. You could still rig something up from a 20-story high flat. You could still rig something up where you can direct the rain into filling up your empty water bottles. It's all doable. It's all doable. And you can use a Kelly kettle or a rocket, a fuel burning stove in a flat, as long as it's ventilated and you've got everything prepared. I did a video on it. I used a Kelly kettle in the kitchen. There's a few things that I wish I'd done that would have made it a bit easier, but I didn't think it through. But I thought it through afterwards. No need to do another experiment, because I thought about it and then I explained it in a subsequent video. But it's all doable. We're preppers. We're solution minded people. Problem solvers. But yeah, a distiller. Everyone should have a distiller. Everyone. I would like to try and make one. Make a distiller that can be just fueled by wood, coal, whatever. Just so that I've still got a distiller, even if the power goes out, so I don't have to start using my very, very valuable top-notch Berkey filters. Just save them, packed away so that they're kept clean and safe. But as for microplastics, from what I've heard, I might need to double check, but with microplastics, a Sawyer Mini will filter microplastics out, and bacteria and viral particles from whatever they are. So you end up drinking clean, clear water. It's just that Sawyer Minis, they can't filter out chemicals. But microplastics, each one of those microplastics is bigger than say a bacterial particle, so if it's going to stop a bacterial particle, it's going to stop a microplastic, and we've got to try and, it's such a massive problem, that is, it's right up there. Yeah, make sure you get the right one, Sky Girl. Toothpaste. Hello, Maria Spoon. Where did you pop up from? I've only just clocked you. Good to see you, sweetheart. Toothpaste recipe: coconut oil and activated charcoal. Yep, straight in there with a cracking idea. And if you want to, you can always, if you're growing mint, just crush some leaves up, or blend some leaves. Just crush them up in a mortar and pestle, and then add that to your, and you get an extra little bit of a minty flavour, And if you bought loads of little jars like that, you could make your own toothpaste and sell it. This is another sideline. There is so much we can do where we can trade with people that are in the system whilst we remain outside of the system. That's our aim, is to try and be self-sufficient in a city or large town or small town environment. It's just going to take a lot more hard work for some people than others, but it is doable, because I think I might be there, ready. But I've had to come up with loads of little sidelines and so little side hustles in my head, because if that one and that one and that one fails, I can rely on that one and that one. If they all work, then I'm good to go. I'll just be doing it for food. That's it, And even then, I'll just say, just pay me in food what you think the job was worth. If you're proper happy with it, chuck me a steak. That's it. And if you're not, just give me a couple of pints of milk. And then if you feel like you grafted there and you've just been ripped off, then go back. And then just build up a customer base. And people would be more prepared to pay someone that lives nearby than having some company called out from the nearest city to do it for you, And still, a lot of people are lazy. They'd rather pay someone else to do something for them, whether it's from like jet washing wheelie bins out and leaving them smelling nice and lemony fresh, to supplements, to car washing, window washing, toothpaste natural toothpaste making, supplements. Did I mention supplements already? Yeah. Got us all a Sawyer Mini, each for emergencies. Brilliant, because they are, for what for what they cost, they could save your life. They really could. They are brilliant, and they've gone right up in price. And I do own a camo one now, so I treated myself. But I think I've got about 3 or 4. I'll do. Look, because my phone is still malfunctioning until next Friday. It won't allow me to do videos, so I'm a little bit pissed off, because it's kind of a lot. I've been putting out semi-regular content, once a day, or maybe even once every other day, and I've not put out anything for a while, because I'll start recording and then the phone will just decide that it's going to stop, and then I'll start again, and so far in it will just stop and go into another app. It starts off at the top. See it jerking around a lot. If I can take the shadow off it a little bit. right? See it's jerking around, and then whilst I've got it on full lit, you see it's just starting, it starts to work its way down. It works its way all the way down to the bottom. That glitchiness that you can see there at the top goes all the way down to the bottom, and then that's when it starts to play fun and games with me. So I'm not able to put any content out because I rely on that phone to upload videos like walk and talks. I wanted to do a walkthrough in the garden just to show you how everything's coming along. And yeah, it's very frustrating, you know, the temptation just to gently lie that phone down onto the floor and just go fucking hammer on it. But I know that I just need to wait until next Friday and they need to get it repaired for me, and then we're good to go again. I will try and do another walkthrough video again, but it's just not, it just doesn't seem to be playing ball. It's getting worse and worse and worse as time goes by. Yeah. So yeah, did I mention about growing radishes? Just almost they're guaranteed to grow, you know, even old seeds that you might have packed away from, like, you know, and it says sow by 2023, you know, these little seeds seem to stay viable for a long time. And they especially brand new seeds, if you get proper heirloom, maybe white globe radishes, right? There's something in them that so it's low calorie. So if you're watching your figure, there are hardly any calories in there, right? I did talk about it, yeah, right. So talked about stir fries and salads, yeah. But they just grow, you know, and then you harvest them and then grow another load, you know, packed full of antioxidants, and we need them more now than ever because they're just pumping our body full of poisons. So any defense that we can put up against that, against their multi-pronged attack, is obviously a great idea. Radishes and garlic, right? Both of them are ridiculously easy to grow. Ridiculous. You don't need to be green fingered. You don't. You know, you could be the worst gardener, you know, a world-renowned cereal plant fucking killer, and you won't affect those two plants. Please look into radishes, please. I've got so many growing. I've got so much garlic. Loads and loads of garlic. But yeah, I wanted to do a video, you know, a walk all the way down the garden and just showing you what I've got and where it all is, and, you know, and showing you all of the fruit that's growing on the trees, and just, yeah, just what I wanted to sort of do a walkthrough. So you'll have a before and now how it looks now. And then I'll do another one when all the fruit's ripe. I mean, I've had about 10, 15 honeyberries off that honeyberry plant. I got one last year, none when I planted it the year before. So everything is giving. Everything's giving. Well, that's because I apply love. You know, when you're gardening and you're planting new things that you know you're going to eat, and you're in constant contact, direct contact with nature, and it's good for you. It's so good for you. All of it, any stresses just float into the back of your mind. You know, you can't beat it. Where are we? Oh, Maria Spoon's put a face mask, face nappy bastard emoji on there. We're not one of them. Yeah. Got us all a soya mini each. Yeah. Not got a water butt though. They're very, 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 very straightforward and very, very easy to get fitted, you know, and then you just let it fill up, and that's it. You've got emergency water. So I've got 200 litres at the bottom of the garden, and then I've got 600 litres just outside my door. So there's 800 litres, but that 800 litres ain't going to go very far when you've not had rain for God knows how long. And I think this is all deliberate. The amount of rain we've had, the amount of sunshine we've had, you know, it's yeah, but it won't go very far. But I am fortunate that I've got a river and a canal down the road, and I've got the means to purify the water. So I do feel quite blessed where I live, because I have got these backups, you know, and it's a source of wood down there, a source of fish if I have to eat fish. Oh. You can taste the wood. Where are we? Oh, Sky Girl, get some practice in on your Kelly kettle. I don't know if I can do it. I don't know if I can do it from here. What I was going to do is I was going to see if I could find my Kelly kettle video of where I used it indoors, and then post it into the chat, so you can feel comfortable and confident. But you need to have everything ready, and get it started. And I got it started off with you know, those makeup pads, the little makeup pads, and I just wiped one of them both sides with Vaseline, and they were my firelighters, and I already had kindling in there, and it took off almost straight away, and there was like a jet of heat coming out the top. So I'd boiled enough water for a brew and to wash the pots that I'd used in one go, just using, you know, bits of wood, twigs. I didn't use twigs, but you know, you can leaf litter. But yeah, Vaseline is a very, very, very important prepper item because it's got so many uses. I mean, Keir Starmer, he's got loads in. For his Ukrainian bum chum. Because I can imagine Starmer's a taker, not a giver. You know, these people, fucking hell. Anyway, yeah, get some practice in with your Kelly kettle, just so you know what you're doing when you finally dig it out, if you need to dig it out, when you need to dig it out, you know. So you've at least had some practice with it. That's all. It's well worth it. Which one have you got, by the way, Sky Girl? I've got the biggest one. You know what I mean? Well, so I'm told. I think the smallest one's the Trekker. Or is it the Scout? There's the Trekker, the Scout. I can't remember. Oh, good night, Sky Girl. I didn't realise you'd gone. Lads and lasses, I'm off to bed. Sweet dreams. And thanks for joining us. Yes, exactly, Maria. parasites are also filtered through a soya mini will catch them as well, no problem. And again, I would definitely use a soya mini on any rainwater that's caught, because I do believe that they're sending a mixture of mRNA and nanotech and parasites, a combination of all three of those things. I believe that's what's coming down from the sky, you know, along with heavy metals, especially aluminium, amongst other things. So I'd still use my soya mini, but I mean, they're good for, what is it? Is it 200,000 gallons? Is it something like that? 200,000 gallons you're going to get, and it's 4 liters more or less to a gallon. That's a lot of water, you know. So if you've got a few of them knocking about, you should be okay. You should be okay, you know, no matter what happens. Where are we? Hello, Linz. I only just clocked you. I'm a bit behind. I get talking and I get behind on the chat. And yeah, good to see you, lass. I hope you're all right. Hope you're doing all right. But yeah, soya minis are an essential, because a lot of people can't afford to buy a distiller. A lot of people can't afford to buy a Berkey, and then having to keep, see, a lot of people, they use the same filters, you know, 4 years down the line, they still think that they're drinking filtered water when the filters have given up, you know. Yeah. Whereas a soya mini, again, as long as there's no parasites, then there's no problem. Not parasites, no chemicals. As long as there's no chemicals, then there's no problem. You know, it's a doddle. You can't, for value for money, everyone should have a soya mini. You know, it's an essential bit of prepping kit, and that rhymes. Yeah, so the Trump South African thing. There are a few little twists and turns to that now, because that little graveyard of those white crosses, a lot of people thought that was a graveyard. It wasn't. It was a memorial, or a pseudo graveyard, as some people would call it. Right. So there's no one buried there. Now, that footage that was shown during that interview with Trump, whilst this African prime minister was sat next to him, he said, turn down the lights, turn up the sound. We need to be watching this, right? That footage that he was playing of those white crosses, that was from 2 years ago. They're not actually there now. They're not there, right? So you have to ask yourself, well, why did he do that then? And then there's 50 odd people that they've taken in to America, right? Now, approximately 40% of farmland, proper farm. When I say farming, I mean industrial farming, right? And the Boers, which were Scandinavian of Dutch descent, the Dutch arrived there just over 400 years ago, and took over, you know. So but with that, we brought the West, England, lots of countries, France, we all got stuck in there in Africa because it was just rich in resources. And my granddad, a lot of all of this African stuff, so all started from my granddad. My granddad, his remains are still over there, in South Africa. Who I saw as my grandma, my granddad on my dad's side, who I saw as my grandma, she had a proper, really, really strong, Stella her name was, she had a really strong South African accent. And when my granddad, he moved back over there again for the third and final time after Stella died. And he had a gun, but he employed a black housekeeper and a black gardener, so they were getting wages and they were taking those wages home and putting food on the table. They were employed, they had employment. But then you get your Black Lives Matter bullshit bastards out there like, well, that's slavery. Well, I've worked for white men. I'm not a fucking slave. And I've worked for black men as well, and I didn't have a problem with that. I've had black men who owned the company, and I've worked for them. So let's not bring racism into this bollocks. But so anyway, going back to Trump and all that. So that footage was 2 years old. So you've got that makes you be a bit, that should make you a bit suspicious, right? Now that massive stadium. So there is a genocide of farmers. There are white and black farmers that are being murdered over there, right? But they go that extra mile with the whites, shooting the husband in the head in front of the whole family, then raping the wife. These are all actual documented events that have happened over there and are continuing to happen, right? Now, ever since I was a kid, I knew what apartheid was, and my granddad, he told me a bit about it as well because he'd been around that, whilst that was still in place, and I've always disagreed with that. It was wrong on so many levels. But just like America, quite a lot of African tribes were just saying, like, there's some, you can have that land there, like they did in America with the indigenous Indian tribes, put them on reservations, same thing, right? But one of the problems so anyway, going back to Trump, why did he do that, right? I'm telling you why. He wants to be in charge in Africa because it's full of it's a gold mine, literally a gold mine. It's got gold, diamonds, oil, rare earth metals. It's got the lot, and since the end of apartheid, it's fallen apart. Because the average native African doesn't know a fucking thing. The average one doesn't know a fucking thing about commercial farming, right? Haven't got a clue. So they go and take over this land, right? Either send the inhabitants off, with a few bruises into the night, or kill them. Either way, they get that land. Then they get that farm. It's like, a massive stadium full of people led by this absolute fucking retard, right? Kill the farmer, kill the boar, kill the farmer, kill the boar. They want murder, right? So every single person in that stadium is a fucking retard, backwards. The way forward is to compromise, to come together and talk. But no, not when you've got a fucking nut job like that on the loose. So I think the main reason that this has all been kicked up over there with the Trump interview with this South African president is to get everyone's eyes averted away from what's happening in Palestine, you know, because people are starting to see stuff now, and they're starting to realize that the expansion of Israel is that as part of that expansion, they're committing absolute genocide, you know, bombing hospitals, they're not going to look. Any terrorist element of Gaza is so fragmented. It's not really that much of a problem. It's not really that much of a risk anymore, because they've just been so fragmented, right? So that's not really the reason and then blowing up aid trucks before they even reach Gaza, cutting the water supply off, blowing up babies, taking babies and chopping them in half, and then stringing them up from trees. This is all true. I've seen terrible things, and these things aren't AI. You know, these are things that are getting leaked out there, and Trump's pro-Israel. Like I said before he even got, you know, at the point of the election, I was telling you that every single one of that administration had been lobbied. So when I think of the word lobbied, I think of the word corrupted. You know. So it's just that's what it is. It's just corruption on the highest level. But I think it's because people are becoming more and more aware of what Israel's doing, and there are a lot of people that were pro-Israel because they were brainwashed. And again, this isn't aimed at the average citizen of Israel, not the average one. It's not. You know, a lot of them will be like Frank, Vera. You know, they haven't got a fucking clue what's going on. You know, but I do think that's the main reason. I think there's quite a few little reasons, but I think that's the main reason. It's just, again, it's spreading circus. It's detracting you away from that. It's only a game show. Where are we? I have got several old phones, Maria. I've got two 3210s, and I don't know what the other one is, but they're all Nokia, and they're all good to go. Why do you ask? Hey Terry, I am good, thank you. Which march are you attending tomorrow? I'm going to be going to. I think I'm going to go to the Nottingham one. I mean, it's not actually a march. It's like there's a national strike, and I would like to go down there and just show some support. But apparently there's a counter. Oh, these people, you know, these fucking people, because people aren't going there to this strike. It's multifaceted. It's for lots and lots and lots of reasons, you know. But then you bring in these counter protests. You know, these people are utterly unhinged. There's just no reason, and you can't reason with an idiot. You can't. So, you know, I don't know if that's going to be policed or not. Either way, it doesn't, you know, it doesn't matter to me. But yeah, in answer to your question, Linz, it is very light. Good night, Lily. I'm sorry I missed you. I know that it's not good night over there. It's still your afternoon, but you're cracking on with stuff. So enjoy the rest of your day, Lily, and we'll speak to you soon. So yeah, I'm going to be going into Nottingham Market Square tomorrow, and it all starts about 12. And I think our Annie might be coming. And yeah, I didn't get to see my dad on Wednesday for medical reasons. Not me, him. So I think the worst of that's over. So I might ask him if he wants to come and join me in town tomorrow, and maybe go for a pint at the old Wetherspoons, which is the only affordable pub left in Nottingham, you know. But even then, it's a Wetherspoons. The ladies' toilets. You can go from the bar, knock back a shot, walk 3 meters, ladies, right? Gents' toilets, you need a fucking passport, dual citizenship. You know, it's like a half marathon. But yeah, because I would like to just get my dad involved with this, with some elements of this, because over the last, especially over the last kind of 3 years or so, I've brought a few things to his attention, and I think he's then gone on to do a little bit of his due diligence, because he has got a very short attention span. There's no point in me sending him any videos or anything that's more than sort of 10 minutes, you know, tops. But I've forwarded on footage of us going on these Britain First marches, the one at Nuneaton and then the one at Birmingham. The next one's in Manchester. And it's made him more and more patriotic. And I've pointed out certain aspects of the fact that these boats are still coming in, and they're getting offered homes before, British people of any colour, people, with families that have been on the social housing list for up to 5 years. And these people are just jumping straight to the front of the queue. And I think I do think I mentioned this before, but I'm going to mention it again, right? Because, hey, I might be wrong, but my take on this is that in the words of Gerald Celenti, that's the Trends Journal. I love Gerald. He's a very passionate Italian man, Italian American Italian. When all else fails, go to war. And then you look at if you look at what we don't really fully know. Can we trust statistics anymore? Especially if they're provided by our government. But if you look at the amount of people, the amount of lives lost from, say, World War One to the present day, there's hundreds of millions of people, right? So that would have been hundreds of millions of people that would have gone on to have, you know, on average 1.5 kids. I don't know what 0.5 of a kid would look like. War is a very, very, very efficient way of reducing the population. Now, I'm quite concerned. I'm not quite concerned. I'm very, very concerned about the fact that Germany have now sent troops permanently into oh fucking hell. Help me out, Lana, if you're still there, sweetheart. So as in a permanent military force in a foreign country that's not Germany, right? They haven't done that since World War II. So England at some point, or the UK at some point, is likely to do something very similar. Now, whether Putin's involved with all this, and I think he is somehow. It's just going to be a meat grinder, you know. We've heard stories of men in the trenches during World War One and World War Two, especially World War Two, where they were all lining up, getting ready with their rifles in the trenches, ready to climb up out of the trench and run across no man's land and get just mowed down by machine guns. It's mown down. Almost as soon as they get up there, bang, they're back in the ditch, back in the trench, dead, riddled with bullets. So row after row after row of mindless murder. There's no point. There was no logic to that. None. And any critical thinking soldier that was in that trench thinking, hold on, I'm guaranteed to fucking die. I've just seen what's happened to the first 3 waves we've just sent over there. They're all dead. And you want me to line up next? No, I'm not doing it. Fuck that. I want to fight, but I don't want to just be murdered up there for no reason. And then the sergeant will come along, bang, shoot him straight in the head for cowardice. And then there were some that were shell shocked, so couldn't make any proper rational decisions. They weren't, you know, they were shot by their own. You know, shell shock. I've obviously nothing on that scale, but I've experienced shell shock. So I was going out with this girl, this is going back a long time ago, and her uncle was an ex-police, but he was quite high up, and he was relieved of his duties and forced to retire without any retirement pay. So I never ever found out what it was that he did. I never found out the reason behind it. But anyway, he'd managed to get a bit of money together, and he'd set up these. He set up 3 of these burger vans on industrial estates. And he was making a killing. I mean, it's a really good money spinner. These burger vans are a good money spinner. They are, especially in industrial estates. And back then, the economy was on the surface looking all right. So I mean, there was loads of people coming out, you know, during their workout, you know, their break, and going and buying loads of food off him. But anyway, so I'm going right off. That was his new income, right? He'd managed to get hold of some very, very impressive fireworks, big fucking fireworks, big, you know. And he still liked the term, the old traditional English term, off the back of a lorry, right? Now, there was me and his son. We were lighting the fireworks. He had quite a big garden. He'd done all right for himself, you know. So it was me and him. We were lighting the fireworks and then kind of standing back. And then because there were so many fireworks, I'd never seen so many. You know, our local council, you know, some local councils, local villages wouldn't have the amount of fireworks that this bloke had. And so I went to light this one firework. And then because we were trying to time it so we could light 2 off or 3 off each, so we could have a proper decent display above us, you know. So I lit the first one, and then I went to light the second one, which was probably about a foot away. And then I went to light the third one, and the first one exploded, right? So this is TNT, really, you know. And so it exploded, and I had absolutely no idea where I was. No idea where I was, you know. I wasn't thinking that I was at someone's fireworks display. You know, I wasn't sure if I was at home. I wasn't sure if I was asleep, awake. It was utterly bizarre. Utterly bizarre. It lasted for about 20 seconds. And as I started to come around from this, as I was coming around, it was like I was just working my way along a fence, just feeling my way along the fence until I came around fully, and then tried to figure out what had just happened. But I couldn't see anything. I couldn't hear anything. It was mad, and all I had was a little burn there, a couple of burns on. She's run out of water. A couple of burns on the top, and that was about it. I got off really light. His son, he sustained a few more burns than I did. So I've experienced what shell shock, or I've had a taster of it. And so for when you've got bombs like coming over, when they're trying to angle it. Anyway, right, I've gone right off topic, right? So in the words of Gerald Celente, and I do recommend that you go over and show him some love and subscribe to his channel. It's called Trends Journal. He's a very passionate Italian man. Every now and then he has the judge on as well as his guest, and he knows, you know, he's another really, really smart man. And yeah, I really, really respect Gerald. But he does say, if all else fails, go to war. So we're going to end up with our current serving army, navy, and air force being pushed abroad, right? That leaves us with what is now the most embarrassing police force on the planet, right? That is based on a 2-tier system, that don't know the rules, don't really know the law, full of ego, full of wanting to just get revenge back on the world from when they got bullied day after day after day after at school. Roidheads, you know, just egos in fancy dress. Not the most amazing and stable police force in the world, you know, even though the first ever fully established police force in the world was in England. So we're left with these pathetic fucking losers of a police force. And then it's quite possible that then they might bring in mandatory, signing up, just being called up. That's it. You're in that age bracket. You need to fight for your country. When you're not fighting for your country, you're just going into a meat grinder. That's it. So if you know any serving members of the Army, the Navy, the Air Force, maybe have this little chat with them. I think a lot of them can see it anyway, because our soldiers and our police, there's no fucking comparison there whatsoever. Completely different fucking breed. Totally different breed of people. So then they bring in mandatory conscriptions. They go over there into the meat grinder, and that's the nearest we get to. So that's all our fighting men and women, fighting age men and women, gone to a meat grinder. And then guess who's going to be taking over the streets and causing havoc for normal folk, our invaders. So firstly, we need to make sure that if any of you guys know any serving members of your family currently serving, I think a lot of the vets, the retired soldiers, I've already got a pretty good idea of what the crack is already, which is good. And don't let your kids be conscripted. Don't let them be conscripted. Don't let them go. Don't let them go. Do whatever you can. Do whatever you can to hide them. Because I mean that could happen before the end of this year. Because I mean all of these German soldiers that are over there, it's not good. It's not good, I mean Germany's economy is already through the floor. And that was the powerhouse of Europe at one point. They're going to try and cram as many possible ways into the next 4.5 years to reduce the population as much as they possibly can. So, silver lining, for what it's worth, is that because they are behind, they are definitely behind on schedule. There are definitely things that haven't gone to plan or aren't quite moving along at the speed that they anticipated, or they're not. They've no longer, certain plans that they had are no longer viable. So they're under pressure now, and that's when they start to trip up and fuck up. And the more that they trip up and fuck up, the more people start to wake up. And the more people that start to wake up, the nearer we'll get to a certain amount of people where that's it, it's game over. But there'll still be lots of casualties. And again, this is a war on so many fronts. We're at war against our own government. We're at war against our invaders. Potentially at war against Islam, because they've already got, look, Islam have their own councils now, and they have, as a result of their own councils, they've got their own Sharia courts. I can't remember how many now. I think it's in the late teens, their own Sharia courts. Now, the thing is, they've done that because of loopholes in the law, right? So it is possible that we can form our own councils. It's written that we can do that. We can form our own councils and our own court system. And there are people out there that are working on that right now. So if they can do it, we can do it. But my argument is that still doesn't, you know, even if we manage to get our own councils and our own court system that's outside of the legal system, because that's based on maritime law, ours would be based on natural law and common law, our constitution, the Magna Carta, the Magna Charta. So even then, we're still going to have problems with Islam further down the road. So these are things that we need to be taken into account. We've got a war on many fronts, and it's going to be challenging, but achievable, because we have got the numbers. And again, this is why we need to keep speaking to people, getting, you know, even if it means just kind of dropping a little bit of a very, very short chat in a queue whilst you're paying for your shopping, or, you know, in a pub, you know, you go outside for a fag, you know. Did you know, you know, just open up dialogue. It doesn't need to be long. I've already said you can, because it's happened to me. I've had a 5-minute conversation with someone, complete stranger, 5-minute conversation, and it's changed the perspective on something that that I was thinking about. It's changed my perspective on that profoundly, to the point where I ended up thinking a different way, because it made total logical sense. So my decision making on certain aspects of my life after that were based on this very, very short conversation, or conversations that I've had with random strangers over the space of 5 minutes. You know, you can interact with someone just for a minute at the bar waiting for your pint, and they can say something that goes into your head, and it, further down the line, it's changed your life. It happens. It does. We're all interconnected. You know, this is why they say life is a tapestry, because it is. Yeah, no one's talking to me. No one's talking to me. You know, I feel like I'm doing all the talking here. Let's interact. Come on, let's get it on. Let's get it on. And then we'll take it up to we'll take it up to 1:30, because I am determined to get into Nottingham tomorrow, and I would like to have a bit of a fresh head, you know, because I think it's quite likely that I'll end up picking our Annie up and driving into town. So I want to have a relatively fresh head. But yeah, at least you've not had an angry, proper fucking angry bastard of a live stream tonight. You know, like I said, I watched that back, and I was quite tempted to take it down. But one of you lovely lot pointed out that I was making valid points. I was just passionate about what I was saying, and I think frustration gets to all of us. It gets to every single one of us. You know, we get frustrated because we see so much. We see so much that so many other people just don't see, and that can be extremely frustrating for us because we you know we. If they could again, it's getting through to them. If they could see what we could see, it'd be game over almost overnight. In the grand scheme of time, it would. You know, as long as you keep complying, the harder it's going to get, the tougher it's going to get. It's going to get really, really fucking hard. So non-compliance, total non-compliance. If you don't agree with this or that or this or that, then don't comply with it. There's always a way around it. There's always a way. Always a way. So, I mean, if it wasn't for the fact that I've got 3 things that I'm still working on, you know, that I would love to have them tied up in a little bow and dealt with now, you know, but I'm not getting anywhere with it. You know, they're not coming to me. But I don't want to take on any more than those 3 things until I've got those 3 things dealt with, or maybe even just 2 of them, or 1 of them, and then replace it with dealing with my council tax, non-payment of council tax. Because you've got so much documentation and official, legal and lawful information out there that tells you that you don't have to pay it. But then they'll turn. But it won't be. They won't let it go that easily. You know, you've got to be prepared to have a very, very controlled and calm interface with them, right? And just keep throwing existing law at them and just saying, look, this states categorically this, and what you're saying doesn't supersede what I'm saying. So basically you're out of order, and these people are renting, the councils are renting courts, which is illegal. It's illegal for them to do that, you know, and all that's there as well. The problem is that people aren't looking, people aren't investigating, people aren't looking into stuff. They're just thinking, do you know what, I'm stressed already, I'm pissed off already, I've had enough, it's just easier just to pay them, just to keep them off my back. Whereas if you learned certain aspects of the law that you'd need to know, just arm yourself with certain bits of information that's all there in law, right? And then just stick at it. And before you know it, you're 1,500, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 pound a year better off. And then your water rates, they can't cut you off because you've got a human right to water. They can't cut you off. And then you point out that it's medicated. So you want to withhold funds, withhold payments, not refuse to pay, withhold payments until they can prove to you that that water is safe to drink, because it's not. Fluoride is a neurotoxin. What the fuck? Yes, it's naturally occurring, but this isn't the naturally occurring stuff, you know? This is industrial waste. And then you throw into the mix that in certain parts of the country and in America, they were liquefying bodies, and that was going into our water table. You know, how many grannies and granddads have I drunk? None, because I filtered every single bit. And that's another thing. If you know anyone that doesn't filter their water, their drinking water, maybe tell them about these things. Look up these articles, you know, and just say, look, did you know this, or are you aware of this, or did you know that this is how much fluoride, and there are certain medications and stuff that end up going back into the water system because they go through the body, do what they need to do, and then they come out of the body, and then they stay in the water systems. So you point all stuff like that out to family and friends as well, and just say, look, I've been drinking purified filtered water now for, don't sound like you've been doing it for 55 years. So I've been doing it for the last 6 months, and I've never thought with so much clarity. So I do believe there's something in it, you know, and then show them what fluoride is, find the information about what fluoride is, that it's a neurotoxin, and show them it, you know, find whatever it is you can do, to find a way in, you know, whether it's the constant influx of our invaders, jumping to the front of the queue at the GPs, jumping to the front of the queue at A&E, jumping to the front of the queue and the housing waiting list, jumping to the front of the queue of fucking everything. You know, whatever it takes to bring them around, you need to bring them around. You know, I'm doing my bit. It's right nice, that is. There are going to be some people that you probably went to town on a little bit too heavily, you know. Same here, you know. Again, we were shouting from the rooftops and saying this and saying that and overloading people with information, and we lost them. Some of those people will end up, again, it all goes in. So there'll be people out there that you think that you lost, but you didn't, because they're starting to come around and asking questions now, you know. But there are a lot of people out there that maybe if you can just kind of hone your approach a little bit, make them feel superior from the off, you know, like you think that they might be a wealth of information when in actual fact it's the other way around. Just reverse psychology. But for reverse psychology can be used in so many nefarious ways, right? We'll be using it for the good of them, the good of their families, the good of the future of humanity. You know, that's if ever there was a worthy cause to, you're not really manipulating them, not really, you know, you're telling them the truth, but you're making them feel like they're the ones in control and they're the ones in power, you know. They're more inclined to listen to you as opposed to going in there balls fucking deep shouting your head off, because that just doesn't work. We've all found that. We've all encountered that. It doesn't work. Not with everyone. It's been a monumental challenge for all of us. But we've stayed the course, you know, we've stayed the course, and we've we've managed to stay relatively sane. Do you know what? I've never been so sane, you know. And I reflect back, I look back at what happened, and that sequence of events, and yeah, that led up to a breaking point for me, where that was it. I was ready to tap out, you know, and just leave the world behind and hope that maybe I could get, this is how I was thinking back then, be reunited with Sal somewhere, you know. And I was ready. I had everything all set up, everything all ready. And it was off the back of making a phone call just to make sure that no one that I cared about ended up being faced with something like that and being scarred. But I needed to make sure that my girls wouldn't dehydrate or starve to death, you know. So I just made a quick call just to make sure that those things were in place, and that was it. I was ready, you know. I was on my way up the stairs to finish it, and I felt very, very calm, like there was peace on the other end of it, on, you know, calm on the other side of this. And next thing I know, the house was full. So I was prevented. And on reflection, I'm thinking maybe this was some sort of intervention. Well, it was an intervention because they call it an intervention anyway, you know. That's the technical name they use, term they use. But that's the first and only time I've ever wanted to take my own life. And I was absolutely determined. I had everything set up perfectly. I'd made my calculations, you know. I'd done everything. I was ready. I was done. I was finished. I was fucking finished. Police, paramedics, mental health, just all piled in. Because I had to leave the door unlocked, you know, because I was, you know, I'd kind of explained, but I didn't want to be on the phone for too long because I wanted to get this done whilst I was in that frame of mind. But yeah, the door nearly flew off its hinges halfway up the stairs. But as a result of that intervention, I'm hoping that I've helped someone. And it gave me, I've ended up with a second wind. And that second wind's way, way more than a wind. You see, I've gone on and on and on. You're right, Maria. The Constitution does not allow for Sharia, but it does, because of the same loophole, right? So we can form our own councils. We need a certain amount of people in order to do that. But we can form our own councils. And then when we've formed our own councils, we can form our own court system. So that it's kind of, it's a system within the system that runs parallel with the legal system, which is maritime. Now, these Islamic fuckers figured that out, you know. So it's the same thing as what we would be doing. But the only difference is we'd be doing it for the betterment of the country and reverting back to old laws for the betterment of our homeland, the UK. But because of this loophole, Sharia courts have been allowed, Sharia councils have been allowed, because, you know, it's a loophole, but it's a loophole that we can take advantage of. People, it's a loophole that is being taken advantage of now, you know. Now, was it the mayor of Derby? See, I live almost smack bang in between Nottingham and Derby, right? Now, Derby, I'm sure it's the mayor. Yeah, the mayor. And you won't believe how much power a mayor holds. You won't believe it. And their mayor, I can't remember his name now. I think it's something like Mohammed Aha. And they found old photos of him stood with an AK-47. That's the mayor of Derby. And his first mission is to fight knife crime. And he said, and I'm paraphrasing, that one of his friends was nearly killed in a knife attack, when in actual fact his friend was actually the knife wielder, and he ended up cutting himself. Do some digging. So that's Derby. It's pretty fucked up. Now, you see, I'd be more than happy to sort of form some sort of council. I'd be more than happy to do something like that, but I don't really know the intricacies of it all well enough to feel confident to do something like that. But I am in a position where I can let people know that this is a possibility, you know, not just a possibility, it's actually being done. It's happening. But my argument is that we're still going to be faced with the threat of Islam against our Christian values, and the threat of people from all over the world taking up these hotels, and then now eventually going to be taking up these houses, which are these little estates. And I've heard all the rumors, like, well, they're sending weapons caches up into these hotels and stuff. I'm not sure if I believe that, to be honest. But the sheer numbers, this shit needs to be nipped in the bud as quick as possible, because regardless of who gets into number 10 in 3.5 years, we will still have had boat after 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 boat. for 3.5 years. And that'll put most towns and cities into a position where the white people are in a minority. And we can't allow that to happen. So it's incredibly important that we just stick to our guns, stay absolutely defiant, but absolutely determined at the same time, to just make sure that everyone knows, you know. And I've made a start on that. And if I can do it, you can do it, you know. We've all been through loads and loads of shit. Loads. Some more than others. It's all relevant. It's all relative and relevant to the individual, you know. What I might think is a tough time might be completely different to someone else, you know. I think on average, if I turn around and gave my life story try to edit it down into an hour and put that across, I think the average person would be quite shocked, you know. But then I put myself in the position of, say, a Gazan, someone living in Gaza, and I've got the life of Riley. I have. So it's all relative. It's all relative, and yeah, everyone's different, you know. There's quite likely some of you guys out there that have been through way worse than I have, you know. I'd challenge that. Yeah, I would. But here I am, you know, ready to fight for my country, ready to defend our women and our kids. And you know, I've got more determination, more vigor, and passion than I've ever had in my entire life. And I'm 52 now, you know. I've never felt so determined in my life. And this is off the back of what I've learned, you know, and staying the course, just staying the course and holding the line. And if people are talking bollocks, I will interject. I'll interject, you know. There's so much bullshit in the world. There's so many lies. There's so much deceit, tomfoolery, skullduggery, fuckery. I love those three words. Love them. But I'm in this all the way to the end, no matter what, you know. But this is one of the consequences. This is one of the problems that we've got, is people worried about consequences. If they had enough self-belief and enough faith in themselves, then all that would go out the window. Because what's at stake here is massive, massive. You know. I mean, it's kind of standard now to teach our kids about stuff that they shouldn't be learning. They shouldn't be thinking about. Not until they get like 14, you know, 13, 14, 15, when you start to kind of, you know, you start to evolve, you know. But you know, 5, 6, 7-year-olds, they're babies. And then when you say 7-year-old, you think baby. And that was how old Muhammad took this girl. And then I can remember having a conversation with a lass, and she knew a bit, and she pointed out that Muhammad actually stopped the slaughter of thousands, maybe even hundreds of thousands of female baby humans. You know, you've got a girl. They were slaughtering girls in their own communities, their own ideology. They were slaughtering girls because they wanted men. They needed men. And she said, well, Muhammad put a stop to that. But she wasn't really prepared for the response that I gave her back. And that was, maybe he did that because there would be more girls to go around. And if you look at it from the perspective of the Quran, from the perspective of Muhammad, and that ideology, then that makes what we would consider to be paedophilia socially acceptable. And it's not just Islam that's trying to make this socially acceptable now. It's governments across the world. People turning around and saying that actually there's a paedophile in everyone. There's a paedophile in everyone, but some can resist it and some can't. But it shouldn't be unlawful. This is the road we're going down now. You know, to the point where they want to make they don't want to, they are pandering. They're pandering, right? They want to make it socially acceptable for, say, a 40, 50, 60-year-old man to be able to have sex with a 12-year-old. To me, a 12-year-old girl is completely innocent. Completely innocent. Yeah, they'll have an interest in boys, you know, and boys will have an interest in girls. Where, you know, again, this is why there should never have been girls' schools and boys' schools, because that's just going to affect them moving forward in their life, because we need to be around each other, yin, yang, to understand, to learn. You know, there are aspects of femininity that we will never understand, not fully. And there are aspects of masculinity that women will never ever fully get, not fully. You know, it's a constant state of trying to understand. You know, that's the laws of attraction. But these are still very, very young people, you know, very young, and they don't know what they want, and because they don't know what they want, they can't consent. That this is why we've got the age of consent at 16. You know, it's so fucked up. It's so fucked up. So we have to step up to the mark and make sure that our kids are protected. Our kids and our women, you know, because it's our kids and our women that are under threat. You know, we've got backwards people coming from backwards countries with backwards ideologies, you know. So some people might think that you know, what I'm going to say is a racist thing, but it's not. It's not. It's a scientific facts and observations that back it up, right? So there are obviously different races in the world, you know. If there weren't, then racism could never exist. It couldn't exist. It's impossible. Racism can't exist if there weren't different races, right? So to all of those out there that we're all the same, just different colour, cutters, we all bleed red, you know, that's a very naive, fucked up, stupid, pathetic fucking way of thinking, right? So there are pros and cons to each race. You know, there are races out there where if I tried to sprint, even if I was at top form, tried to sprint in a race against one demographic, they're going to smash me up. You know, I don't stand a chance. Same applies in a lot of, you know, sports in general, you know, boxing in particular, maybe a little bit of MMA, but that, you know, again, that's, oh God. MMA requires boxing. Once you've got the hang of boxing, boxing's easy. Boxing's easy. It's down to how much you can take, you know. But mixed martial arts, there's a lot to take on board up here. You've got boxing, right? And this is no offense to anyone that boxes, right? This is boxing. This is MMA, because you've got so many different styles of fighting, so many different styles of defense, offense, self-defense, and it's very, very, very comprehensive. And I don't see that many people from certain demographics in that area of combat. Just saying, have a look around. Have a look. Do a little bit of looking, a little bit of research. Not much. You don't have to put much effort in. Then when you look at music, there are certain demographics that seem to produce a certain type of music that I fucking love. Right? And then there are certain demographics that are intellectually more superior. So you've got some that are physically more superior, some that are mentally more superior, some that are did I say intellectual? So intellectual, physical, and mentally. Now, so people would think, mentally, aren't you saying the same thing? Isn't that the same as intellectual? Is it fuck? No. Because how many people, how many very, very smart people, including Jordan Peterson, right, ended up getting jabbed? Allegedly, because he did turn around and say, just get, and I am literally quoting him, right? Just get the damn jab. And then you've got Welby. I don't want to go off into a different direction of my train of thought here. All I'm saying is that there are different races. We know this. Like Chinese men. They don't generally have a hairy chest. They don't have a hairy back, and tiny little cocks. tiny little cocks, little things, you know. But the Chinese, they again, there are so many other things to take into account. So looking at the Chinese, for example, right? They do really, really well when they apply themselves to something specific, right? Really, really well. But then in many cases, because of their culture, that comes at a price, that their kids don't end up having a normal childhood where they can just go and play with their friends and stuff. No, it's piano practice. No, you need to learn physics. No, you need to do this. No, you need to do that. You know, they don't give a fuck about their children developing themselves, learning themselves from mistakes and asking and interacting with other kids and like what we did, you know. And then there are in certain parts of Africa, I think I've mentioned this before, you could have a white man, right, that's died on his back, you know, fucked. It's just him and his friend both just died of dehydration in the middle of nowhere, some fucking desert, right? And then they get some people turn up and see these two bodies, but they've been stripped clean, you know, just two bleached skeletons, male skeletons, and they will be able to tell a black man from a white man from the skeleton. So it's not just our minds, it's not just the way we think and the way that we are. We're literally physically different as well, not just by color, but our skeletal makeup. There's the certain part, I don't know. You look it up, this, because this is true. I don't lie, you know. So a lot of black men have got more of a curvature in their tibia, right? Which makes them faster, way fucking faster. We don't have that. White men don't have that. So there are physical traits and mental traits that set each race apart. Now, for the vast majority of them, we could come together and hone each other's attributes, you know, make the most, you know. Right, I'm not good at that. I'm not as fast. I'm not quick enough to do that. I'll do that. Right, nice. Right, I'll do this because I'm all right at this. She'll do. You're really good at that. I've seen you. You can do that. That's how the world should be working. But unfortunately, we've got forces against us, right? And our government and Islam are two of them. I've already said on several occasions, I'm not a Christian, but I do think it would be good to continue to live in a country that is based on Christian values, not based on an ideology that is all about violence and paedophilia. So, you know, hey, you know, fucking arrest me for just thinking logically, you know. We are living in a world now where it's like, if you think the wrong way, you go to jail. Fuck that, you know. Stand your ground, and I'll stand with you. I will, all the way, because we can win this, you know. We can, and we will. But how quickly that comes about is down to us and people like us. So if you're not committed enough, you're no good to us. If you can, you see, I don't like sounding like a scratch record. I don't like sounding like a scratch record. I don't like repeating myself. I don't like being a fucking echo chamber of the news. I don't like any of that. This channel's always been very, very authentic, very, very different, you know? So it is going to be down to people like us to keep doing, just do your bit. Just do your bit. That's it. That's it. You know, if you're not strong enough or agile enough to fight in the streets, if it came to that, that's fine. Find your niche where you can help, you know. Even if it's just kind of just spreading awareness, but doing it in a very, very casual. Thanks for all those lovely little love arts that have come up there. Good night, Maria. I hope I wasn't too late in saying that. Hello, Sal Misro. Yeah, we've got 4 minutes left. We're gonna have to shut it off because I'm going into Nottingham tomorrow to yeah, it's like a national strike thing. So I am going to be cutting it off at 1:30, just so that I've got, you know, a fairly fresh head tomorrow morning. But I just hope whoever's listening to me, whoever's listening to this when it's a replay, just find your niche. Find your niche within your community and apply yourself. You know, I'm doing it. You know, again, I've crawled out of the depths of fucking hell, and here I am, and I'm determined to turn this around. You know, a lot of people would automatically assume if you've crawled out of the depths of hell, then your mental health would be irretrievable and fucked, right? Do you think that? Do I come across like that? Yeah, I might have had a bit of a shouty, ranty live stream, the last one, you know. But that's justifiable. It is. Under the circumstances, you know. Well, I'm not a loon, you know. I'm a realist, and we can win this. But you're gonna have to apply yourself. Find your little niche and apply yourself. Do whatever you can, you know, because we don't want this to be an extremely long, drawn out battle, war, you know. We want to try and nip it in the bud as much as we possibly can within a smaller time frame. You know, fewer casualties. They're going to try and hit us with everything that they've got, because they're running out of time. I mean, trying to get to Agenda 2030 when you're probably a year and a half behind schedule, that's going to apply some pressure. And when people have pressure applied to them, they fuck up. They start fucking up. Especially when they're narcissists, sociopaths and psychopaths. They start to fuck up, and they just why don't we just kill everyone? You know, they just get more and more extreme, and that's what we've got to look out for. But we just need to look after each of our respective communities and not expect any praise for it. Nothing. Don't expect anything. Don't expect anything in return. Just hope for the best and try your hardest, you know. And just don't give up. Don't give up. Never give up. You know, I'm telling you, you'll look back on all of this, and you'll sleep sound in your bed knowing that you did the right thing. You know, as opposed to lying in your deathbed in whatever amount of years' time and thinking, why did I not do anything? You know, dying with regret. Oh, I really don't want to leave this on a fucking negative. I don't like doing that. I don't like doing that at all. Oh, man. Just know that I'm one of the most logical thinking people you'll ever meet, you know, and I've got a big heart, you know. I'm a big softy inside until I'm not, you know, but I calculate things, and you know, like most of you guys do. And I know that this is doable. I know that we can do this, but it's going to just take so much dedication and absolute defiance, non-compliance. You know, just put yourself in a position where you've got some sort of serious, proper buffer zone, you know, whether that's financial, food, you know, safety, whatever it is, make sure you've got a buffer zone, and then just apply yourself. You know your skills, you know what skills you've got, you know, just bring them to the table. And we'll smash this. We will. It's not going to be easy. Not going to be easy at all. We are on the cusp of massive change, massive, and it's happening in our lifetime. You know, I said to my dad, I said, "Look, you were born at exactly the right time, Dad. Exactly the right time. You saw England coming back from the brink of war, rebuilding, the swinging 60s, you know, you've had all of that, and a son that I hope you can be proud of. And we're only halfway through our lives, most of us. So we've got lots of potential, lots of input, lots of knowledge, lots of encouragement we can give to other people, you know, a listening ear, a shoulder to cry on, everything. But we will nail this. We will nail it. But we've just got to get organised. People have got to stop worrying about consequences. You know, there are people in jail now that shouldn't be there. Don't plead guilty, for fuck's sake. Don't plead guilty. Don't have any trust whatsoever in your duty solicitor, and then demand a trial by 12 of your peers. Demand it, because it's your right. This this is one thing that Starmer's trying to get rid of for that reason, you know. And yeah, they can put 12 stooges in there. But it is what it is, you know. These are all risks. Life is a risk, you know. Getting up in the morning thinking I could go out in my car and drive perfectly, and some fucking knobhead could just plow straight into me because he's not been paying attention, take me out. If I thought like that constantly on a daily basis, I wouldn't leave the house. Life is full of risks. And a lot of people, some people will take those risks. Some people shy away, you know. And it's to those who are shying away that I'm trying to appeal to, you know. We could end up with something way, way better than we've ever had as a result of this. And it'll have a lot of teething problems, you know, a lot of readjustment. But you will end up at, whether you want it to be or not, you'll end up becoming a pillar of your society, of your community. You will, because you hold it together. You did the right thing. You know, no retreat, no surrender. So I hope that was. You see, I can't just come out because I need to end it on a positive. I'm not just going to come out with bullshit just to end it on a positive, because I can't do that. But I'm hoping that was positive. I'm hoping that was positive because it's the truth. It's the truth. You know? Anyway, we'll call it a night. And as always, I just want to thank all of you for your time tonight, because again, time it's finite. So when you share your time with me, when you interact with me in the chat, or just sit back and listen, you know, just know you're really, really appreciated. You know, you always were, you know. This is a very, very special thing we've got here. And I think it's going to get more and more like that as we move along through these relatively uncertain times. But yeah, just stay connected, stay informed, remember to take breaks, and look after yourself. And I'll speak to you soon. Much love to you all, and ciao for now.